Stop the FOMO. Welcome to the review of what you've all been waiting for, which is possibly two of the best mini LED TVs on sale today, especially for under $2,000. So we have the Hisense U8K, which has around 1,000 dimming zones. Let's say just over 1,000. The TCL QM8, similarly, just over 1,000 dimming zones. And these are the flagship TVs from Hisense and TCL, and they were designed to beat the Sony X93L, which is really last year's X95K, and definitely designed to match or beat the Samsung QM95C. Now, the question is, how does the U8K compare to the QM8? And that's why we're here, right? What's interesting, though, is you may or may not know, but the back of the U7K is very different than the U8K. So Hisense has a U7K and the U8K. So the reason why Hisense calls the U7K its gaming TV is because the 4K 120 HDMI ports are separated from the eARC port. Both the gaming ports on the U7K are separate and apart, whereas on the U8K, the 4K 120 shares with the eARC, but it does have a 4K 144 port. That one's not shared. It's the 4K 120 that's shared. On the U7K, the 4K 144 and the 4K 120 are not shared with the eARC. So that's something to consider if it's important to you. I mean, for a lot of people, it's not a big deal. They just get another switch or whatever. But I thought it was interesting that the U8K and the U7K are so different in that way. I mean, would it have killed them to make it similar to the U7K? You know what? I don't know, but that's just something that I've noticed. So let's see here. Oh yeah, thank you, Leo. Yeah, remember to smack that like, everyone. We're gonna get started soon. I think I have, oh, look at this. Special guest, Caleb. Hey, Caleb, how are you doing, man? Oh, look at that. All right. I see you, Caleb. He's the man, no doubt. Thank you for dropping by, my friend. And let's say a quick hello to everybody here. Leo, as always, thank you for coming by. Got a lot of regulars today. I see you, Lisa. Hey, hey. And let's see everyone else. Rob is here. Scott, you've been waiting forever. Thank you. Thank you for coming by, everybody. Super Mario Freak is here. And oh, okay, so Caleb's reminding me, be sure to check filmmaker mode in HDR. If it looks super dim, it's an error with the TV. Don't use it. So, Caleb, I noticed that when I turned it on, it was super dim, and that was because filmmaker mode keeps on enabling the light sensor, and I keep having to go back and disable it. So it looks like it's disabled right now, but that was my issue with the U7K as well, is you disable it, you change a few to another movie setting or vivid, whatever, and then you go back and it's re-enabled. So I discovered that you have to go in and make sure, just because you disabled it in any other preset, it doesn't mean when you go into filmmaker mode that ambient light sensor doesn't turn back on. That totally kills and dims the TV. So, but I'll check for sure one more time. Yeah, I don't know why Hisense does that, but I guess it's to make sure they pass all the energy requirements throughout the world. And okay, and a lot of people shopping, they are very interested in seeing what we have to talk about today, right? And so today we definitely have two TVs that a lot of you are looking at, and especially in the USA, we're very fortunate to have both these TVs available. A lot of other parts of the world may have one but not the other, or they may have older models. Now, what I'm missing this year from Hisense is the actual UXK. That is an 85-inch only. It doesn't come in 65, and even then, that 85-inch, I believe there's like maybe less than 500 units available. So if you guys are interested in that, you might have to jump on it the minute it's available. And this also applies to the Sony X95L. It's not available in a lot of retailers. So if you're waiting at Best Buy, it may behoove you to reach out to the smaller boutique retailers like Robert Zone at Valley Electronics if you want it anytime soon, because I still don't see it on Best Buy. Okay, so what we're going to do is just go over the settings I have right now on all four TVs so you guys get an idea. Oh yes, and we will be comparing Dolby Vision as well. That just reminded me, so that you guys get to see the differences in Dolby Vision, because the reality is no one here is going to be calibrating Dolby Vision. More importantly, you guys expect Dolby Vision to work a certain way out of the box. So we're going to see how Dolby Vision looks like out of the box. So let me enter Dolby Vision as one of our topics. before I forget, and we'll make sure that comes in at some point. There we go, Dolby Vision. If I put it on my list of to-do, I will make sure to cover it at some point. Okay. We'll do that right after HDR movies, I think. Okay, so let's go with TV settings real quick. All right, settings of the U8K. Now, this is something that first, all the other three TVs are calibrated. Well, okay, so the QM8 is calibrated. The Q7 is calibrated. The U7K is no longer calibrated because I had to go. I spoke to Hisense about those. What if you guys caught my live stream with Sammy Prescott and that 8-hour, 9-hour, 10-hour calibration day last week? What happened was the U7K had these vertical bands. It looked like yellow discoloration, definitely DSE. So Hisense told me to go ahead and just do a hard reset. Unfortunately, if you do a hard reset, that kind of screws up the calibration possibly. So the QM8 and the Q7 are calibrated to the best they could be. The U7K and the Q8 are not, but at least you have a sense of how close they are to the QM8 and Q7, which are calibrated. And most of you won't be calibrating these TVs anyway. So let's get into the TV settings and then we can start talking, right? Oh, and as we go from topic to topic, I'll check for questions in between, so that way you guys have a chance to talk and we're gonna have fun. So let's see if you guys have any questions right now before we jump in real quick. So Anonymous says TCL Reds are more vibrant. That's possible. Now that it's calibrated, it may not be as vibrant as it was out of the box, but let's see. You never know, right? Because the calibration was not perfect on both the QM8 and Q7. Although there's a 20-point and 2-point, what Sammy told me was really it was only 1 point that you could calibrate. The rest are just there for looks. It didn't do anything. So that's something for you guys to realize, that these TVs, when they were designed, they were not meant to be calibrated, or weren't expected to be calibrated, although those settings are there. On the TCLs, they don't work very well. Now, on the U7K and the U8K, they actually work, but ultimately, if you guys are spending $1,200, $800, $1,000 on these TVs, considering calibrations cost $350 to $550, depending on where you're getting it, it may not be worth it. So I'll share with you guys the settings I have today, and over the course of the year, with firmware updates being what they are, we'll see what happens. Oh yes, and all 4 TVs have had their firmware updates, the most recent update as of now, but as we know, with both Hisense and TCL, as these are recent releases, they'll continually be receiving updates throughout the year. And so that's something that what you see may be an issue now may be fixed 6 months later, or maybe not, but it may not necessarily be the exact same TV. All right. And yes, the TCL, and thanks for reminding me, Miyako, is that the QM8 may appear to be the brightest in some scenes in HDR, because even after calibration, the QM8 overtracks the EOTF curve. So EOTF represents the signal of the source, how much brightness it should be. The QM8 is a little bit brighter than accurate. Even after calibration, it pushes a little bit brighter, whereas the U7K and the Q7 is only slightly overtracking, not as much. So we'll see how the U8K does. Is it overtracking like the QM8, or is it not? And before any of you say, oh, that's terrible, it's overtracking, this is why Samsung sold so well, right? Because you turn it on and it still looks so bright and so vibrant, even though the complaint about Samsung was it keeps on overtracking EOTF with the Q90R, the Q9FN, 8FN, right? All those Samsungs that we loved in HDR, the reason it looks so good, it overtracked. Last year was the first year out of the box, straight as an arrow, follow the EOTF curve. And of course, people are complaining, oh, no, the Samsung looks dim. So the QM8 is just following what Samsung has been doing for years now, until recently. So just giving an FYI, the reason why the QM8 may look a little bit brighter here and there is because it's less accurate than it could be. But it doesn't mean it's wrong. Remember, it's your TV. If you want that, you have it in the QM8. So let's get into the TV settings now. Oh, just in time, before I jump in, we got ourselves a super chat real quick. Question from Mark J. Is Dolby Vision a good thing? Colors can be off and dark image with it, And in that case, can you turn off Dolby Vision via remote of settings menu? Okay, Mark, very good question. So first and foremost, if you're using internal apps, you cannot turn off Dolby Vision. The TV automatically recognizes it, and boom, you're stuck with Dolby Vision, right? And the Dolby Vision settings. However, if you use an external streamer, Roku, Chromecast, I'm using Chromecast today, or Fire TV, you can go to the streamer setting and disable Dolby Vision, receiving only HDR. So if you want to turn off Dolby Vision, that's the only way you could do it is on the device, external device side. Now, as far as Dolby Vision looking good or bad, what I noticed in yesterday's stream, if you guys caught it, I'm still editing that, so it'll be back up soon. But the Dolby Vision looks fine on really bright, good TVs. We're talking about the G3 and the QM8. But on lesser TVs, meaning it doesn't get bright enough, like the Q7 and the U7K, Dolby Vision actually aggressively tone maps to the point where you're like, is this HDR? It feels kind of two-dimensional, dim, not impressive, right? And then when I shifted to HDR10 of the same scene on the Spears and Munsell, everything popped again. So Dolby Vision serves its purpose and wants to preserve all these gradients. The problem is on lesser TVs that attempt to preserve color gradients or shadow detail pulls everything down to a lower trim, a lower nit level, whereas HDR10, TV is pushed as hard as it can. It lets the TV do its job. Now, the TVs that have a good processor will do its job well, and it'll look really, really good in HDR. It's the TVs that cannot do that well, where people say, you know what, I don't want all that clipped brightness. It's too bright, I'm losing detail. Dolby Vision then comes in to do that. But that was, I think, maybe 5 years ago, that HDR, when it was initially released, that most TVs didn't know how to dynamically tone map HDR. They do it really well now, as you saw yesterday. So my recommendation is Dolby Vision is fine if you have a really good TV. We're talking G3, MLA, maybe the C3 may make it look good, but otherwise, I'd say disable it. But if you really like Dolby Vision, there's no wrong choice. But you are correct, Mark. Now, the colors actually in Dolby Vision arguably are correct. I mean, some TVs, the colors are off. You have to calibrate it. For example, among all the Sony TVs, only one Sony accurately renders Dolby Vision out of the box, and that's the A95K. So we hope the A95L does the same, but all the other Sonys, just way too dark. Dolby Vision Bright ends up being the best looking, and Dolby Vision Dark's just crazy dark. So hopefully that answers your question, Mark. So let's get into this real quick. And that's why Samsung doesn't bother with Dolby Vision. I think on the one hand, it's cheap, get a license, charge you an extra $50, and you have it. But then Samsung's saying, what's the big deal? It doesn't add or take away. I mean, for marketing and sales purposes, it's great to have, but they're right in terms of actual image quality. I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, let's get into the settings. So so what I have here is 4 remote controls, and the funny thing is, each of these remotes all look identical. It doesn't matter if it's the Q7 or the Q8, so I have to actually tape and color code everything, right? So I can see what it is. So let's start with the settings in the U8K. Make sure I disable all the crazy ambient light. So the first thing you want to do is, when you have either the U8K or the U7K, go into the general, and then go right down here to automatic light sensor, make sure that is off. It often pops on like that. Make sure it's off. You see it, the minute I turned it on, it got dim right away, which is nuts. And then I select filmmaker mode because that is the most accurate mode for white point. Local dimming is always on high, brightness is 100, contrast set at default, black level 0, dark detail, I think they mean shadow detail. So if you enable it, you'll notice that it slightly raises the near black just a touch, so you see more shadow detail. That's what dark detail does. So if you're watching Game of Thrones, those really dark scenes, and you want to see the detail in the deep shadow areas that are too black, turning on dark detail raises those blacks, eliminating some crushing. Dynamic tone mapping, I'm going to keep it off. Now, there will be scenes where I will turn it on and you will see what it does. Actually, on the U8K, I see that dynamic tone mapping does help it a little bit. And I'll show you where. But for now, we'll keep it off, but we'll toggle that. So keep dynamic tone mapping in mind. Color, I just leave everything standard. Color temperature, warm one is the most accurate color temperature. Clarity, this is when we play with YouTube TV, low bitrate content. We can then turn on smooth gradient, as you saw yesterday. So what smooth gradient does is, if you have low bitrate content and you see a lot of jaggies, a lot of macro blocking, turning smooth gradient to high fixes that. But since I have very high quality content right now off of my Blu-ray player, which still is not UB820, I'm using the Sony now because it's easier to pause and jump around with a Sony. So I have the Sony X700. That's my other DVD or Blu-ray player. So we'll be using that. All this other stuff, noise reduction, MPEG noise, I haven't found it to be helpful, but you can play with that. I just didn't find content that really used it that much. Motion enhancement. So this is my motion settings. For me specifically, you guys might prefer something else. I do not like stutter at all. So I have judder at 3, and I found it to be okay. Some TVs, I mean, some users might want to go to 4. I think 3 is fine. Blur reduction, I leave it at 7. I really don't know what it does, but 7 so far has been good to me. And motion clearness, this is their black frame insertion. If you turn it on, it should give you better motion, but it gets a little bit darker. You see how much darker that is? It's like you could barely see the TV. And for me, though, what bothers me is not just the darkness of BFI, but also the flicker. I'm pretty sensitive to that. So I never use Clarity BFI, and that's it. So, so something interesting. You see where it says Calman service down here? You know what? Let me make sure. I wanted to make sure my exposure made it easier to see. Sorry, I think I kind of overexposed everything so that, wait a minute, that looks really hard to read. So, but at least you heard what I said. So hopefully they'll help you guys out later. So yeah, so final settings, filmmaker mode, make sure automatic light sensor is off, brightness, everything here, brightness 100, contrast 100, black level 0, dark detail off, active contrast off. I normally only turn this on in a bright room. Dynamic tone mapping is off for now. And color, default, but color temperature warm 1 is the most accurate. All right. So just the U7K is nearly identical to the U8K with one exception. On the U7K, let's see. I always have, make sure that's off, okay. So also filmmaker mode, I always have dynamic tone mapping on. So on the U7K, leave dynamic tone mapping on. Enable it, more often than not, it looks better. If it's off, it's just not bright enough. It's actually kind of dim, and you lose a lot of specular highlight detail. But all else is very similar. And warm color temperature, warm 1. So pretty much identical to the U8K. On the Q7, oops, did I just turn it off? Push the wrong button again. All right. See, this is the thing. The power button's right next to the settings button. Like, ah! All right. So Q7, movie mode. So what's interesting on the QM8 and the QM7, or the Q7 and the QM8, you don't have as many modes. It's either movie or sports. Everything else is gaming, PC, and IMAX, I find to be just oversaturated. It just doesn't look good to me. So it's in movie mode. Brightness 100, color saturation 49. So this one is calibrated. That's what we have. Brightness settings. So contrast is 100, where the Hisense are at 50. Here, both the TCL's contrast will be at 100 to get you maximum accuracy. Black stretch does nothing, so dynamic tone mapping on the Q7 also must be on. Local contrast is the local dimming zones, so have that on high. And the Q7 has less than 200 dimming zones, whereas the U7K has like 384 dimming zones or so. So a bit more dimming zones, but shockingly, the Q7 performs as well, if not better, in many scenes. So in this case, TCL has done an amazing job with just over 100 dimming zones. So QM8 similar to the Q7, except you need to turn dynamic tone mapping off. So this is very important. If you have dynamic tone mapping on the QM8, it's not good. I mean, they raise the midtones. Everything is just clipped, it doesn't look good at all. So leave dynamic tone mapping off. Very few instances where you'll need to turn it on. So let's see here. Contrast also 100. And local contrast, of course, on high. Color temperature on both is -5, warmest. Even though it's on its warmest setting, this is the most accurate setting. Okay, all right. So let's see, any questions you got here? Before we jump into actual scenes, we're going to start with 10,000 nit content, and then we'll go into Dolby Vision, and then we'll go to 2,000 nit, and we're going to skip through some of the stuff that we're doing, so we don't have to go put it with all the scenes. There are some scenes that really separates everything. And if there are no questions, let me look real quick. This is a good question. How do these compare to last year's X90K? These are the Q7, I believe, is better than last year's X90K. Last year's X90K is Sony's bare minimum TV for HDR, right? It has just enough dimming zones to give you the HDR pop, but its black bars are more lifted than the Q7. However, Sony has very good upscaling of various content, low bitrate or whatnot. So it depends on what you're after. If you watch a lot of SDR, go with the X90K because it looks great. It actually looks phenomenal on the Sony. But if you really want to get that HDR experience, I believe this year it starts with the Q7. So, and the Q7 is going to have better gaming features. We're going to show off the PS5 stuff shortly at the end. But for sure, just for regular sports content, broadcast, old TV shows, X90K is great. But if you really want to get into HDR from high quality Blu-ray discs or streaming, Netflix and whatnot, I think it looks better on the Q7. Okay, let's get my remote up. Here it is. So let us start with just basic 10,000 nit content. Oh, wait. Let me pause. Gotta change. We are now going to check out 10,000 nit content. Okay, now let me move this down here so you guys can see the content a little bit better. There we go. Actually, I'll move it over here. Okay, let's do it. And we'll pause where I think there are differences that you guys might notice, or I might notice. So far, let's just stop in this scene. Everything looks pretty great, right? Oh, let's take myself off. What am I doing here? Okay, I'm off. All right. So why is the Q7 suddenly so dim? Well, let's see. Is it me? Is it the Q7? What just happened here? This is interesting. Oh yeah, the menu's still up. Okay, well, let me take that out. Why? Oh, see? Okay. Now, this is where already from the get-go, I'm going to have to turn on dynamic tone mapping, but let me turn down I'm going to turn down the exposure so you guys can see this a little bit better. Okay, so on the U8K, the contrast with the clouds, it's bright, but you don't see any detail, right? So what happens if I turn on dynamic tone mapping? And this is something that every TV is just a little bit different. Suddenly the clouds reappear. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave it on for now. And so the dynamic tone mapping is on the U8K, it's on the U7K, and it's on the Q7. On the QM8, dynamic tone mapping is off. Okay. We'll proceed to see what happens. And you guys are experiencing with me for the first time this as well. I just got this TV yesterday evening, so I spent, I guess, the last 3 hours just setting it up. Not a lot of chance to really dive into it. So a lot of these things we're going to learn together. So right here in this scene, it feels like the Q7 has the most detail. It does the best job of rendering the entire scene. Now remember, this is 10,000 nit content. None of these TVs can do 10,000 nit. So what they're doing is saying, look, this is what I'm capable of. I am going to bring you what I can based on my capabilities. The Q7 actually does it, I think, the best of its capability. It's not as bright as the U8K, it's not as bright as the QM8, but you're getting all the detail in this 10,000 nit content. The QM8 is bright, but you lose some of that detail. The U7K is also bright, you lose some detail, and the U8K clips is the brightest, but you're clipping the most detail. And this is, again, it's 10,000 nit content, right? So just to compare, let me show you that in the same content, if we are to drop it down, let me just go over here so you guys can see this better. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna rewind this a little bit. And you guys will see, let's go down to 1,000 nit content. All of them should do that fine, right? The problem is always going to be when it's super bright. So the reason I did 10,000 is because, come on, it's the U8K, right? But let's go to 1,000, you guys will see. Oh, look at that. I'm going to pause right here. Look at all that glorious detail. So unlike 10,000 nit content, in 1,000 nit content, how do these TVs look? Suddenly, the U8K, to me, has the most detail now. So as you can see, a lot of people say, oh, the U8K must suck. Well, actually, you don't have 10,000 nit content out there. When you guys are streaming, it's always 1,000 nit or less. And if you're lucky on a disc, you might get 2,000 nit content. But the reality is, for streaming content, it'll probably be 1,000 at most. But let's try 2,000 and see how the U8K and the QM8 compare. But right here, it feels like there's more, there's deeper blacks in the U8K than the QM8. And the Q7 actually does really well. So I have to say, it's brighter than the Q7, but this is 1,000. Let's go to 2,000 because that's reasonable, right? So 2,000 is, we're talking stuff like Mad Max, and this is not looking good for the U8K, right? Here we go. Okay, so at 2,000, the U8K, you start to lose detail again. So this is something that you guys have to think about is, what are you using the U8K for? If it's streaming, if it's digital, satellite, whatever, YouTube, it's fine. If you put in a Blu-ray disc, maybe you're going to clip this, but remember I have dynamic tone mapping on, right? So do I need to turn it off? I mean, is that going to help the U8K? So let's turn off dynamic tone mapping and see. It's even worse possibly. So let's turn it back. Yeah, no, you got to keep it on. Keep on dynamic tone mapping. I think I lost even more. It clipped even more. Yeah, you got to keep on dynamic tone mapping. Okay, so for the U8K, you got to keep on dynamic tone mapping. So at 2,000 nit content, the U8K doesn't do as well as the U7K, nor does it do as well as the Q7 or the QM8. At 1,000 nit, it does the best. What does that mean? See, so this is where most content is 1,000 nit. We talked about this is, I'm not able to challenge the U8K. It's got over 1,000 dimming zones, but I can't push its brightness. So, let's see what it does with movies. But so far, I'm a little disappointed. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? But that's a very challenging scene, by the way. Not a lot of scenes are like that. Full screen white, so forth. In that scene, OLED gets a little bit dimmer. You saw how the G3 did that scene. But a good processor, so this is software, by the way. U8K has great, over 1,000 dimming zones, but the software just couldn't keep up. To me, it felt like the software was designed for the Q7. Let me move this over real quick. To me, it felt like okay, so here we are again. So the U8K is the brightest, right? This specular highlight is amazingly bright. Let me I'm going to turn down the exposure a touch so you guys can see a bit more of that specular highlight. Okay. The QM8 gives you the most detail while preserving brightness in one small point. So actually, I'm going to reach out my finger and show you. This entire area is bright on the U8K. On the QM8, it's a smaller area. So and everything else is very well detailed, right? Whoops. This small little point is bright, but everything else is detailed, so you can see the clouds. Here, all of this is bright, no detail. And the Q7 is similar to the U8K, not as bright though. So you're clipping a lot here. And the U7K is also similar. The QM8, I believe, has the best tone mapping so far. I'm very impressed actually with TCL, what they've done with the 2000 nit content. And we're going to ignore 10,000 nit content at this point. So let me just switch this out. It's not going to be 10,000. We're going to do 2,000. I'm very disappointed that the QM8, I mean, basically, I'm just kicking a horse while it's down. If I keep on doing 10,000 nit content, it's just going to clip everything, right? So we'll stay at 2,000 because, and I know you're thinking, oh, you know what? Let the horses run free. Let's go hit 10,000 and see what happens. So I'll show you what happens so that you guys, your morbid curiosity will be satisfied. But it's kind of pointless though. Look at that. Okay, so this is 10,000 nit content. And as expected, the U7K, okay, so the QM8, best in rendering this scene. It's a bit brighter, so let me turn down this a bit more. Okay. Even with 10,000 nit content, QM8 does a phenomenal job of preserving the detail in that cloud that we talked about, but the U7K does too. As the Q7, not as well as the U7K. I just don't understand why the U8K is not doing this, because U8K has as much dimming zones as the QM8, and it has 3 times more dimming zones almost than the U7K. So this is definitely a software thing that Hisense will need to spend some time fiddling with. So that's why we're not going to do 10,000 nit content, right? This is 10,000 nits. That's why it doesn't look good. So we're going to go back to 2,000 nits so you guys can see. Here we go. That's 10,000. Go to 2. Because 2,000, I think, reasonably represents worst case scenario for a lot of you. So let's take that. There we go. Okay, we are on 2,000 nit content. Let me check some questions. I know I spent a little bit of time on this, but I think it was important to go through that. Absolutely, Brandon. We're going to get to the dark content. So on the Spears of Munsell disc, a lot of the content starts out bright, but as we go through this disc, yes, we will get to the dark content for sure. For sure. Let me turn up the exposure a bit. Okay. There's really nothing to see in this scene. Oh, here we go. So slowly. Arguably, this is dynamic content. And here, the U8K looks the most dynamic. It gives me a great look at that brightness. So the U8K is the brightest in this scene. There's no doubt about it. It's pretty impressive, actually. So in a true HDR scene where you have darks and bright areas, the U8K, this is a good place. This is where it separates itself from the QM8 and everyone else, right? That brightest part of that sun behind the clouds, it really is bright on the U8K. And there's some of that cloud cover, there's some detail. So this is really tone mapping selection. The QM8 has chosen to tone map a little bit more aggressively, and this is 2000 nit content, so you guys can see, right? So, oh, actually, I want to move it over so you guys can see. All right. Okay. Now, in the same scene, you have dark areas as well. So, in the bright areas, I would say the U8K does the most HDR-like job, giving it a great dynamic range on the top end. The question is, how does the bottom end look like? So the darkest areas, right? So we're going to turn out the exposure to see how that looks. And it is slightly more lifted in the darker areas than either the Q7, the U7K, or the QM8. So in return for the extra brightness, it's not using its dimming zones to its fullest. The darkest part of the trees on the left, let me point this out and make sure we're all looking at the same thing here. Right here, it's a slightly more lifted, right? Just slightly. We're not talking a lot, but when you guys are choosing, wait, am I in the way? Right here? I'm like, all you see is my back. Where's my hand? Right here, right? So in that area, slightly lifted on the U8K, just slightly, but you got to say it. In return for the slight brightness, you're lifting a bit more, and you don't have to. This is what the dimming zones are for. And the Q7 and the U7K, they preserve that black, but it's easy for them to preserve that dark area, by the way, because they cannot get as bright. So are we seeing that if you get a bit too bright on a mini LED, this happens? And this is why the Samsungs, they choose to crush a little bit in return for all the specular highlights and everything. They like to crush the black just a touch. That's how they solve the problem. Okay, let's bring it back down. Okay. But this is a great scene to demonstrate. Let me see, is there any questions? Can you try HDR10 plus? You know what? I would love to. Here's the problem. And let me throw up your question here, Adam. Literally, there is only one player that does HDR10 plus, and that would be my beloved Panasonic UB820, which is in the shop. I'm supposed to pick it up today, and Best Buy said come back tomorrow. So, but I'll just let you know, Adan, that HDR10 plus is almost identical to HDR10. I mean, there really is nothing there. HDR10 Plus gaming, however, is completely different. And we're not going to test that today because that's only a PC gaming feature. But HDR10 Plus, for all intents and purposes, is equivalent to HDR as far as I'm concerned. I've tested it so thoroughly, and there's barely any differences at all, if any, right? If you even notice it. So it's not, you're not going to discover anything new with that. Okay, I'm going to go through this, jump through. See, these scenes, the easy scenes, all look the same, right? And that's what I'm talking about is you get the less expensive TV because these easy scenes, see, those are the ones where they all look very similar. You're not going to be able to tell the difference. That's why we have to go, oh, yeah, here's a great one. Okay. Let's get this, move this over here. There we go. Okay, we're at 2000 nits, and the sun on the U8K is definitely the brightest. However, there's more orange in the QM8. So this is the decision that they meaning Hisense and TCL depart. Well, actually, the U8K and the QM8 depart in terms of their decision. How do we do this, right? And let me turn down the exposure a little bit so you guys can see this better. So the U8K has decided to make that sun brighter, and the QM8 has decided to give you the haze. There is haze, orange, subtle orange haze covering the sun. It's as if the QM8 is saying, look at me, I'm Sony. And the U8K is like, let me make this sun as bright as possible, right? Forget those little hazy details. I want you a bright, solid yellow. And thus, you have to make a choice. So it's up to you guys. In this scene, what do you prefer? The QM8 is actually making this kind of look like Dolby Vision to a certain degree, right? That's what Dolby Vision does. It brings down the brightness just a little so you can preserve that haze over the sun. And on the QM8, that is the brightest haze. The other two TVs, the Q7 and the U7K, are both less bright, and they don't even have the haze. So they are a less bright version of the U8K. So if you're going to make it bright and pop, do it the way the U8K does. Otherwise, you should have done it the way the QM8 does. But to be fair, remember, dynamic tone mapping is on. If I turn off dynamic tone mapping on the Q7 and the U7K, the haze will be back. I've already tried it, and that's exactly what it does. So dynamic tone mapping raised does this. If I turn off dynamic tone mapping on the U8K, I bet you it's going to get the haze. But as we saw, it's not worth it. There's just too much compromise when you turn on dynamic tone mapping. Yep, there it is. Oh, it's not that dim. Slight haze, but the QM8 has more haze. So not worth it for me. I'd rather turn it on. I'm not getting enough of that subtle orange haze that's covering this scene. But on the U8, on the QM8, I think this is a subtle win for the QM8 in this scene. This is a pretty good scene. Now, if I raise I'm going to raise the exposure so you guys can compare the dark areas. Once again, who's crushing black, who's not, and we'll see. Okay, so what you guys see here is, this is interesting. So let me move this out of the way a little bit so you guys can see. There we go. Okay. It feels like the U8K does a pretty good job of preserving that dark patch on the bottom right-hand corner, but it's hard to say which one is right. They all preserve dark areas pretty well, but I would say the QM8 is a little bit more, the gradation there is a little bit better. I'm very impressed with the QM8. Those of you who have it on order, you guys don't have to worry about returning it. That's for sure. The U8K isn't bad because that dark area, that dark patch is very similar. It's just a question of how they're doing the shadow grade on this scene, but it's not bad. But both of these, or rather the Q7 and the U7K, are very similar in this scene though. So let's put the exposure back. Okay. These are the difficult scenes that I love. These are where the TVs separate themselves in terms of processing. But let's see. Yeah, the TVs all do this very similar. Here's another great scene. So this is one where definitely the U8K really pops on this one. It's phenomenal. So this one, the U8K, definitely is demonstrating how bright it can get. Now, this is considering that the QM8 overtracks EOTF. Does this mean that the U8K is overtracking EOTF? Probably. So just keep that in mind. If it's brighter than the U8K, what does that really mean, right? So it's kind of funny. But since you guys are not going to calibrate this, this is kind of like preference for you all, really. This is one where the U8K really pops there, and the QM8 aggressively tone maps this area, but you can see that, right? Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that difference. Look at how the U8K makes that jump out, but you're losing some gradation detail. So that area is just all bright white yellow, whereas in the U8K, once again, just the most centermost is bright, and it slowly kind of moves out. The Q7 and U7K cannot do this as well. They are a less bright version of the U8K. So to me, this demonstrates that U8K show off its brightness, but its tone mapping is not as good as the QM8. So, but many of you might prefer that, you know? But I would say this is one where the U8K is tone mapping it a little bit better. This appears to be a consistent theme, Lisa, which is there is more detail with the QM8. There's no doubt about it. Let's go back one. Oop, did I go back too far? Let's see. Oh, I did. Okay. Here we go. I'll pause right here. In this one, definitely you're getting more of that detail in the QM8 as well. The U8K, the Q7, and the U7K really clips that area, but we know why the Q7 and the U8K is doing that. It's because dynamic tone mapping is on, otherwise it wouldn't be bright enough anyway. Let's see if I turn off dynamic tone mapping on the U8K, if that brings some of that back. Nope, even with it off, it's bright, but I've lost that detail between the brightest part of the sun and the area around it. There's a lot of detail there, and the QM8 brings you that detail while preserving that bright pop. So definitely software, algorithms. This is tone mapping. They have way too many dimming zones, and they're just, it's as if they transfer the Q7 over to the U8K without knowing that they have more than twice as many dimming zones to work with. I feel sad. Okay, so far that's all the same. Okay, so this is a great one. You see that bottom patch right here? You guys could probably see it. I see it on the monitor. So right here, it's super bright, but it's like right here, it's super bright, but there's actually a lot of color there. And by making it so bright, you're washing out the colors. So once again, it looks more like the Q7 or the U7K, whereas the QM8, even though it's 2000 nit, this is not that bright. It's tone mapping to preserve color. And it's making the right decisions, I think. But the U8K disagrees. They're like, no, this should be really bright. I'm going to make this really bright. Without a reference monitor, we don't know. Should it be bright? Well, actually, maybe we do know. Let's go down to an analyzer here. Oop, wrong one. Let's go down to the analyzer, not the HDR versus SDR. Okay, analyzer. There we go. Okay, so let's take a close look at that. And that scene is supposed to be bright. So let me kind of guide you through this analyzer. This bright spot, if you go straight up, matches this spot. This is supposed to be close to 4,000 nits, right? So let's say somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 nits. This should be bright. So I see what's happening here. The U8K is trying to do that, right? It's trying to hit, obviously it cannot hit 4,000, but by going as high as it can, it's clipping the colors. And here's the problem with this scene. If you clip the colors too much, it looks unnatural. There is no color at all. It's just this really white hot area. And the U8K says, look, I cannot go that bright. I'm just going to tone it down to preserve color. Neither one is creator's intent. Creator wants color at 4,000 nits. The question for you all is, which preserves the the scene. Like, how do you want the scene, right? So this is, I'm glad we have the analyzer. Thank you, Stacy. Genius, once again. So let's put it back in the 2000 nit content. Is this it? No. There you go. Okay. So, and this is where the argument happens. Who's right? Preserving color but at a much lower nit level, or hitting as close as you can to your TV's ability but losing some color, and that's what U8K chose to do. I don't know. So let's see what your comments are here. Well, Kimotro likes how the QM8 is doing it, right? He likes how it's chosen to preserve color. So clearly a Sony fan. Miyako thinks, you know what, U8K isn't much better. It's just, well, it's white, but it's a little bit brighter. I don't think it's so bright that, okay, I think the QM8's got this scene too. I agree. That extra brightness doesn't do much. I mean, it does look a little bit, but I don't know if this scene's worth losing some of that color. But Pilau, HDR is about burning your retinas, right? Okay, let's move on. But this is a discussion that we as reviewers always have, and we don't know what's right either, right? Because some people would prefer to have some loose retinas burned off. Oh, wait, actually, you know what? This is the one where I think there were complaints that it pushes red. So let me see. I'm going to turn this up so you guys can see. So this one, the QM8, shows its love of red. All right, this should work. Okay, so the Q7, the U7K, and the U8K look more similar to the QM8. There is that red push, and as you know, the QM8 has been calibrated, so this is as good as it gets, right? So the red on the QM8, even after calibration, it does feel like there's that extra bit of saturation that shouldn't be there, right? But hey, no TV is perfect. What do you want? Is this something you guys are willing to live with? In this scene, it really stands out, but in the other scenes, it looks fine, right? So some scenes, you're like, oh my gosh, what happened to her lips? You know, these are one of those scenes. Like in this scene, that looks great. You know, can't tell there's a red pusher. Oh, here's a great one. It's time to check out blooming control. And this is also a scene where you will notice that the QM8 looks a little bit richer, probably because it's pushing red just a touch, right? Just making sure you guys see that. Yeah, so this scene has gold, yellows. The other three TVs look more similar, but the QM8, you know, is a little bit richer because it's pushing that red just a touch, and it is calibrated. So yeah, out of the box, you guys will see that, and you can't really fix it, so don't even worry about it. Okay, we're going to turn up the exposure quite a bit so that we're going to see if there's any blooming, or which TV controls blooming the best. Here we go. And just eyeballing it, the U7K has the most lifted blacks, which is kind of sad because the U7K has the second most dimming zones, meaning it has 300 something. The Q7 has less than 200, and the U8K and the QM8 have the same 1,000 and change dimming zones. The U7K should not be lifting its black like that. And in this case, the U8K, you know, let's get to the Ferris wheel. Everything looks a touch lifted in this one. So let's move to the next one. Oh, here we go. Let's try this one. Okay. It looks like the U8K has a touch more blooming than the QM8 even. Just a touch. But we will not be able to tell until the Ferris wheel. I think that's the ultimate test. Colors all look fine. Yeah, scenes like this, they all look the same to me. Darn it. This is the problem with this tiny Sony remote control. It's like you push stop and then suddenly everything changes. Okay, let's get it back. Just waiting for the U8K to connect. I'll just pause right here. Do some troubleshooting. Okay. It's a little overexposed. I just want to rush through this to get to the Ferris wheel. Actually, this is a good place. I'll pause. Missed it again. This is why I stopped using the Sony player. All right, stop right here. I'm going to turn up the exposure so you guys can see the difference in the contrast. I think I have a bad splitter. I can't seem to read that very well. Try this again. Okay. So when you turn up the exposure a bit, it helps to emphasize the contrast, the darkest areas of the scene, because the brightest areas will look very similar. The question is the shadow detail. And the QM8 and the U8K, I think, kind of stand out here, where the darkest areas are showing that good shadow detail, that good black depth without really crushing it. So yeah, U8K and QM8 should be slightly better here. Oh, we're almost there. Ooh, look at that. What is that, the U7K? Oh, U7K, you're hurting me. How is it with 385 dimming zones you could look like that? And the Q7 with only 100 and, I don't know, 60, 180 could look that good. And the QM8, slightly more dimming zones. Here, let me pull the drapes closed a little bit. Okay, maybe that'll be better. Okay, yeah. QM8 showing off its 1000 dimming zones, but the U8K is a little bit brighter. So the QM8 is holding back its brightness to avoid blooming, whereas the U8K is like, whatever, you won't notice this. I'm going to make it bright. And the U7K, not enough dimming zones to get that bright, as you can see. Yes, it's overexposed, so you guys can see blooming, if any. So this one is great because you can see the black levels, and the QM8 on this one has the deepest blacks, or is it crushed blacks? I'd like the U7K's rendition of this as well, but let me turn down the exposure so that you can see what, because I don't think you guys would notice anyway, because this is one of those scenes where who's really right? It's which one looks good, right? There we go. Okay, so which one's more pleasant to you guys? It feels like the QM8 has a little bit more contrast, doesn't it? Or is it crushing that near black a little bit? I prefer, and this is completely subjective, I prefer a slight crushing because it just pops a bit more. But it doesn't mean that the QM8 isn't crushing. So I have to say it looks good though, but this is something that the QM8 is doing very well. It's choosing its battles very well here. We're almost to the Ferris wheel, the moment of truth. They all look pretty good here. Shadow details are all there. The trees look pretty good. Here, I'll turn up exposure a bit so you guys see the trees on the bottom. Okay. Right. Yeah, the QM8 is looking pretty good. Pause. Okay. I think the QM8 wins here. What do you guys think? It's crushing it. Okay, so the QM8 is crushing the details of so the Ferris wheel spokes is a touched crushed on the QM8, but in return, you're not getting any blooming at all. The U8K is giving you more. Okay, so, and the QM8 is crushing the area above the rooftop. There is a glowing light above the rooftop that should be there. So on the OLEDs, you'll see this right here, right? And it's slightly dimmer on the QM8, but it's a bit lifted on both the U7K and the Q7. It's somewhere in between those, right? The question is, how do you guys prefer your specular highlights in scenes like this? And I'm going to turn down the exposure now so you can see which has the brightest center of that wheel. Okay, let's see here. The U8K arguably is a touch brighter, just a touch, but the images, they all look a little bit different. I don't know. What do you guys think? Because the QM8 crushes the rooftop. Like, there's no doubt about it. There is a touch of crushing. And this is up to buyers, right? This is something that, you're not going to calibrate this out. It's calibrated. This is what it does. Accept it for what it is. The U8K is not calibrated yet. Correct, Michael. The U8K is out of the box. Now, this is why we're not going to do color comparisons anyway. The U8K is not calibrated. The QM8 is calibrated the best it could be. And we know that the QM8 also overtracks EOTF after calibration. And in this case, the slight black crushing is, you can see that. So let's look at that. Look at the wooden pillars under the boardwalk on the U8K, much more detail. I'm going to turn up the exposure just a touch so you guys can see. Is that true? It's possible that the U8K Yeah, U8K doesn't. U8K has more detail below the boardwalk. It's a little bit brighter, actually. So the question is it lifted? What, you know? Let's do that. Let's see what happens. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the QM8 crushes the details below the boardwalk just a touch, right? And this is how mini LEDs deal with blooming. This is it. You have to choose your poison. I think this is a great scene to decide whether this is the look you want from your TV. So I'd say the U8K, as far as accuracy, U8K wins this one. This is where QM8 is a bit over aggressive in its blooming control, so to speak. All right, yeah, let's try 1K HDR, which is 99% of what you guys are going to see. So let's see. Let's see what happens. We are now 1K HDR. Okay. All right, my friends. Is it better at 1K? No, not necessarily. I think at 1K it's still crushing. Went back too far. So we're at 1K. There you go. Okay. And let me just take this out. Okay, so this is 1K HDR. And let me take this out here. So Fabrice, we are at 1K, and it still looks like the QM8 has chosen. Now the crushing isn't as bad, but it's still there, right? You notice, you can see the rooftop now. So I think for most content, the QM8s are going to look phenomenal, actually. So at 2000 nit, it gets aggressive with its local dimming, it crushing the blacks. At 1000, actually it is better. So yeah, good suggestion. What are your thoughts? Remember, most streaming content is graded to 1000 nits or less. So 2000 nits is to push the TVs, but what you're going to see is 1000 nits. And I think the Q7 looks great. I mean, look at the Q7. Come on, right? Q7 looks phenomenal. So if you're looking at 1000 nits, you might as well just go with the Q7, right? What are you guys thinking? And this is too bad, Andrew. Apparently in Australia, the Hisense is not supporting the gaming features of the U7K. And we're going to see that later. You guys are going to see how good the game bars look in all of them. Okay, we're almost done here. So let's move on to, let's see what's next on the agenda. Oh, questions. We are going to do HDR movies next, but let's jump in with some questions, see what you guys got. There we go. Okay, I look a little bit better here. Okay, questions. Did I miss any questions? So, excuse me if I did. Let me scroll up real quick. Can I try? And if I don't see your questions, just ask it again. Okay. This is a great comment. I'm going to have to answer this. So Dias is asking, wait, what do you mean barely calibrated? What does that even mean? I've never heard of a barely calibrated TV. Let me put that right here. Okay, so the TCL QM8 and Q7, it has 2-point, 20-point, but the reality is only 1 point works. So Sammy Prescott, my calibrator, did the best that he could with 1 point. So on the one hand, it's calibrated, but it could be better. The U7K and the U8K, the full 2-point, 20-point actually works. You could actually do more points of calibration accuracy. On the QM8 and the Q7, it's 1 point. So to the degree that he calibrated at 1 point, you could say it's calibrated, but it's not as fully calibrated as it could be. For example, the other end of the spectrum is the LG OLEDs, right? With a 3D LUT, I mean, you could just go to town with that. You cannot go to town with these. So you have the extremes of the OLED, G3, C3, C2, G2, and then you have the other extreme, which would be the TCL 1 point of calibration, right? So, and it's mostly the light. You know, he's trying to get the light right, trying to get the contrast, trying to get the near blacks right. But other than that, there was not much. That's why the red push, he couldn't fix it, right? So, but to be fair, TCL doesn't expect anybody to calibrate this. So their calibration settings and it's just not there. You know, it's kind of funny, but so yeah, that's why it's barely calibrated. It is confusing, isn't it? Good point. Yeah, it's as calibrated as it can be, which I guess you could say it's barely calibrated. Whereas a G3, when you say a G3 is calibrated, oh, it's calibrated to the best that it can be. Doesn't mean it's perfect. It's just there are more points that you can calibrate. How many dimming zones does the QM8 have? The QM8 has over 1,000, less than 1,100. It's like 1,080 or something like that, some random number. And the U8K is similar. So let's just say they are both 1,000 dimming zones, right? Because 1,000 dimming zones plus or minus 100, no big deal. And the Q7 has less than 200 dimming zones, like 120, 160, something like that. And the U7K has 300 something, 380, almost 400 dimming zones. But here it looks like the Q7 does the most with the least, which is very impressive to me. S-Beef says, Q7, C745 wins versus U7K. Yeah, I agree. I think the Q7 has done a phenomenal job. U7K can't even hit 1,000 nits peak. The brightness is very similar to the Q7, not brighter per se. The problem is the Q7 does better controlling the blooming. And with that many dimming zones, I'm surprised. And thank you for this super chat, Buddy Love. Hey, welcome aboard. Can we hit the like button? Yes, I'll hit my own like button. I forgot to hit like. Plus, I'm going to check out the UX this weekend. And Buddy Love, if you like it, you might have to pick it up before it runs out. I believe there are less than 600 units available in all of the USA. Now, it doesn't mean you should get it, but just to know, if you do like it, keep that in mind. There's not many. It's definitely a limited release. They're just trying out the market. They don't want to make too many and no one buys it, so it'll be easier to get rid of, right? Hey, Plasma TV, welcome aboard. FOMO, can you compare the motion clarity settings of these TVs at 60 and 120 FPS? So I'll plug in the PS5 and we'll do 120 and see what happens. They actually look very good. I was playing with Dirt 5 at 120, looks phenomenal. QM8 is supposed to look like a 480 hertz sample. Okay, I do not have a PC, my PC gaming setup is just, it's not set up. Even though I have an amazing 3090, blah, blah, blah. I was pulling my hair last year setting it up and I just gave up on PC gaming. It just is way too time consuming to do on a live stream. So we will do the most common console, PS5. Xbox is also good, but I assume if it works on the PS5, you guys should be happy. So I will let those who have the time, like KG, test out this incredibly esoteric question. Yes, the QM8 has over 2,000 dimming zones. The UX has over 5,000 dimming zones. And the U8K at 85-inch has less than 2,000, I believe. Yes, after seeing this comparison, I agree with you. Bullets for teeth, Q7 is the best value performer, without a doubt. For 800 bucks, you could do way worse with so many other TV brands. And you cannot do better at $800. Hey, Michael Wyckoff, welcome aboard. And if you get the Q7, make sure to keep dynamic tone mapping on. Hey, Tony Danza, hey, I'm looking to upgrade Who's the Boss from a M558G1, and I can't make up my mind which one I want. Start with the QM8 and see if there's anything about it that's wrong, and then keep it. I'd say start with the QM8 and go from there, right? U8K isn't bad, but the QM8 is out right now, so you can play with it. I don't believe the 65 inch is out yet. This is a good question, Jason. Can Hisense address the raised blacks on the U8K via firmware? Yes, absolutely it can. I believe, and it looks just based on the comparisons here, I think the U8K just copied over the Q7 optimized, calibrated settings, whatever. It feels like they just kind of cut and paste whatever the Q7 was. They put it on the U8K, not Q7. They took the U7K and they copied it over to the U8K. The U8K is capable of so much more. And so if they truly optimized for the U8K with 1,000 dimming zones, but you have to remember, look at what the QM8 did. In return for what it did, you're going to get slightly crushed blacks here and there. And we're going to run HDR movies next, so you'll see how the specular highlights in a movie like The Greatest Showman, right? How does that affect The Greatest Showman? Because that's one where specular highlights are important, right? In her hat, you have those little stars. Does the QM8 crush that? And if it doesn't, well, then it seems to be making the right decision. So, but absolutely, Hisense, Samsung, they could all make adjustments to their blooming algorithm with a firmware update. The question is, it's always choose your poison. If they do something better, what do they take away? And I think the QM8 did a great job with the compromises for this comparison for sure. Hey, Murray Dodd. So the U8K, actually, I think the 55 inch is available right now at Best Buy. So technically, it's released as we speak. The 65 inch on Best Buy is not yet available, but it looks like the 55 inch, you can buy it, add it to your cart. So check that out. I put the link below. But if you're waiting for the 65 inch, any day now for sure. I'm not going to disagree with you, Darius. The 85-inch X95K with less than 700 dimming zones still has better blacks and dimming control than your brother's 85-inch QM8. Processing does mean a lot, and this is the thing with Sony that annoys me. They say software is important, but it wasn't until the X95K 85-inch that it actually worked on the software. The 65-inch looks terrible. It's like, wait, why are you reserving your software to the 85? Why did you not optimize the 65? Because when I did my 65 comparison, the U8H spanked the 65-inch X95K, and the Q90B spanked, and the Q90A spanked. I mean, the 65-inch X95K, I cannot say enough bad things about it, mostly because it's so expensive. And it was a huge disappointment last year. But the 85-inch, a totally different beast. And so this leads to the question, I think each size requires optimization. So Sony apparently optimized its software for the 85-inch. It did not optimize it for the 65 and 75, which I think is totally unfair to consumers, right? But apparently they chose their poison. They chose to optimize for the 85, and you know what? Whatever happens, 65 happens, but is a completely different TV, unfortunately. So yeah, you probably got one of the best 85-inch TVs you could get last year for sure. And I hear the X95L is even better this year. Okay, so let's jump into movies if there's nothing else. Let's see here. All right, before we jump in, I'm going to answer this question. QNED 85 or QNED, LG's QNED 85 versus these options, which is better? I am not happy with the QNED 85 for many reasons. The corner light bleed, I think is an issue. That is a DSE, that is a quality control problem. It's happening way too much to too many consumers, so that alone kills it for me. But as far as image quality, it does not get bright as the QM8 or the U8K. I would choose the QM8 before I choose the QNED 85. Now, yes, the QNED 85 does have Dolby Vision gaming, but I do not think that is a worthwhile option right now at all. It doesn't look better. The TVs that really have it, let's say the G2, G3, it doesn't make a difference at all. So ultimately, and the QNED 85 is like the forgotten stepchild of LG. Their focus, their engineering right now is OLED. If you see this year, they completely skipped QNED altogether. So you're really running on an older technology that LG has no time for. I don't like that at all. Whereas TCL and Hisense, this is all they got. They got no OLED. This is their flagship. They're going to continually try to make this better throughout the year. And for me, I think that's important. Okay. And we'll hit the super chat and we'll move on. Hey, thanks, Travis Sylvania. The U8K seems underwhelming so far today. Yes, I agree. Are you worried, less enthusiastic about the 85-inch UX from Hisense now? Also, please do some gaming. We're going to do some PS5 gaming near the end, or maybe in another few topics. So yeah, we'll have that up. And I am concerned about the UX. I'm hoping it delivers. It has 5,000 nits. I mean, brute force is worth something, but it's all speculation. And at the shootout, we hope to have the 85-inch UX at the shootout, because we're going to have the 85-inch X95L. 85-inch QM8 should be there because Robert Zone, the host of the Valley Electronics Shootout, King of TVs, he is a dealer for both Hisense and TCL this year, specifically so he can sell the U8 UX and a QM8 and the 98-inch QM8, right? So we'll have to see it side by side. In a vacuum, it is so hard because you really don't know. Thank you for that. Okay, so next up is, let's see here, movies. All right. Okay, let me set up my Kaleidoscape real quick. My my splitter is like burning up. It's like over 100 degrees. I have so many cables running through it. I'm gonna have to try this again. Oh no, did I lose a port? Oh. All right, let me daisy chain it. 1 second. Yes, okay. Hooray for daisy chaining splitters. Oh, hey, let me catch this super chat. This is fun. You're welcome, Lisa. I love sharing the process with you, with all of its foibles. Okay, let's see here. Okay, let's see how they look, guys. We're going to pause where I think there are some important scenes to separate the two. 3 TVs, 4 TVs. All right, so wait, let me pause. What is that? Oh, okay. Message from U8K. What is it they want? Oh, good, it disappeared. Okay, let's try that again. I want to catch the head of the dragon so you guys can see the differences in contrast, specular highlights, so forth. Ah, let's do this. Oh, we'll do flames right now. Let's look at the flames. Okay. I'm going to turn down the exposure a bit so you guys can see the specular highlight differences in all of their glory. Okay, that should do it. And it looks like the U8K is slightly brighter than the QM8, but the QM8 is preserving more. Okay, I mean, this is flame, right? So it's not like, so just run it through faster and you guys will see like, hey, does this affect my movie? Oh yeah. Okay, so the question is, which is the brighter TV? And this is a scene that's very bright, right? You got flames everywhere. The U8K is definitely slightly brighter than the rest. Surprisingly, the QM8 and the Q7, very similar in brightness. And can you tell that the QM8 has more dimming zones, or the U8K has more dimming zones, right? The U7K appears to be slightly dimmer. And it's interesting how the color science of the Hisense are very similar out of the box. And the Q7 and the QM8, were both calibrated, so they look very similar, right? Hisense appears to have a slight teal look to it, doesn't it? Let me turn down the exposure a little bit more, try to bring out more detail for you guys. Okay. Of course, if I hold on this too long, all the TVs might start dimming, but they look very similar. I wouldn't be able to choose, quote unquote, the better TV in this scene. So as an HDR impact TV, they both are very bright, by the way. Because I lowered the exposure, it doesn't look as bright, but they look very bright. Let me get it back up to normal exposure. Actually, let's go even darker. See? Okay, let's go up. There we go. Okay. I wouldn't choose a TV based on this movie. They all look pretty good. All right, Greatest Showman. Let's see blooming control in that bright area where the blooming happens. There we go. Okay, that's close enough. All right. So right here, the brightness and everything, very similar. I'm going to turn down the exposure so you can see which one might have brighter specular highlights, but this scene is not challenging them really, so I wouldn't be surprised if they all look the same. This is not a bright scene per se. And yep, they all hit the same specular highlights. Brightness are very similar. But the question is, which one has blooming? Aha. Okay. There are black bars, and let me turn it up even higher. Trying to turn up the brightness a bit so you guys can see it better. There we go. Okay, so it looks like the U7K, slightly more lifted blacks than the rest. The fact that the Q7 is so similar to the other two, once again, Q7, really good for what you're getting. All right. So this is a great one for contrast, right? You have dark areas, you have bright areas. And which TV has the best contrast here? The darkest area of the screen is on the far right. I'll point that out so you guys can see. So the darkest area of the scene is here. And then you have the bright area. And the question is, because there's so many really bright specular highlights, is it lifting? Is it crushing? And if I take a close look here, it feels like the U7K lifts the shadow detail a bit more. The Q7 is just really good, isn't it? It's just like, if anyone is not getting the Q7, if your budget is $800, you're a winner, because you're like, upgrading to the QM8, does it get you that much more for this movie? Does it? Does it, right? Wow. So yeah, bravo Q7. I'm embarrassing myself because I'm saying how good it is. But this is what most movies are, isn't it? Right? This is just The Greatest Showman. This is off of Kaleidoscape. You know, it's a high quality source. I mean, look at her dress, right? Look at the red, how it pops on the Q7. It looks like it's a match for the QM8, if not popping maybe a touch more, right? And why is the U8, you know what? Maybe I need to turn off dynamic tone mapping, right? Didn't we have that on? Does this make a difference? Let's see. Because the QM8 dynamic tone mapping is off. Makes it a little bit better. But the contrast still isn't there. So it lowers the near black a little bit, but look at her outfit, right? Her outfit is a bit richer. The contrast a bit better on the Q7. I'm just going to appreciate this for what it is. So let's run through the scene one more time so you guys can see it in motion. Yes, it's super exposed. Let me turn up the shutter speed. There we go. That should be better. Okay. Very impressive scene right there. Oh, this is a good one. Here we are. Who's got the brighter specular highlights? We'll start by turning down the exposure. Okay, let's see what we got here. The QM8 looks very good. So it's crushing a touch of the color in the hat, just a little bit, but it's not that noticeable. However, what is noticeable is that the brightness, the specular highlight is definitely there on all four TVs. The U7K, a touch lifted around that area. It's trying to recover some of that or have some of that shadow detail. This is a low nit scene, so all four TVs should be able to handle this. It's the difference in dimming zones that determine how that hat looks. So the quality of the hat should look the best on the QM8 because of the number of dimming zones. But does it? The Q7 has the least dimming zones, and it actually looks very similar to the QM8. So, you know, what are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking in this scene? I'm going to let's run through. Missed it. That was the sparkly stuff gets a little bit larger in that part. So let's do it one more time. Oh, my timing is so off. All right, I have 3 shots at this. Here we go. Focus, focus. I'm not gonna nail it. Sorry guys, I tried. So we're gonna we're gonna move on to the bright full screen from Matrix Resurrection. Defeated. All right, let's turn down the exposure. Touch here. Okay, so all 4 TVs, they have about the same brightness. They can all handle this level of brightness, right? So last time we had the G3 on, it was a touch less bright. But in this case, I think all TVs can do this scene pretty well. It's not a big deal. Pretty easy. Oh, let's catch a super chat real quick. Oop, wrong one. There we go. Already had that one. Okay, so when it's full screen in a movie like this is why you get a mini LED or LCD TV. They can all render this bright enough, and it doesn't need to be brighter than this because this is easily within their ability to do so in terms of full screen brightness. So there's nothing really to see here. There is, well, Keanu's face has a bit more color on the QM8 because there's a little bit of that red push. So let me show you that since we're here. Right? There you go. Let's see if you guys can see that. And this is where you see a little bit of that DSC on the U7K. I don't know if you guys noticed that. I'll turn it up. So if your TV has DSC, scenes like this, sometimes bring it out just a little bit. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Everyone's favorite, Mad Max. All right, there we go. Okay, so black level, we're gonna look at the black level. Right here is almost near black. The question is it as black as the black bar, right? So we saw on the U7K that area is actually blacker than the black bar. That's how I know the U7K needs a firmware update. So I'm gonna turn up the exposure, and so you guys can see how their near blacks are like. Do they crush it? Is it lifted? What's happening? Okay, let's check this out. Let me turn up a bit more so we can see the gray areas. So the U7K has the most lifted black bars in this scene. Now this is a bright scene, but that's just how it happens to be. Again, I was hoping that, let me turn it up a little bit. There you go. Okay. So the black bar on the QM8 and U8K, great, phenomenal. The black areas of the speakers or between the speakers, match the black bars. The Q7 slightly lifted, but not as much as U7K. So again, it makes there is no reason for the U7K to be more lifted than Q7, given it has more than twice as many dimming zones at like 300 something, right? So the Q7, I think, is definitely overachieving in this scene for sure. And wow, look at the QM8. It actually preserves, if you look at the flame, I'm very impressed at how much of that contrast it preserved despite the brightness of the flame. It's very interesting. It's tone mapping that really well. Now, this is not to say that the U8K is clipping that scene at all. It's just the QM8 has slightly better contrast. I'm going to turn down the exposure so you can see that. And turn on the brightness a touch. There we go. Okay, let's run the scene so you guys can see. And as we get, as he does his close up, I'll pause so you guys can see some of that stuff closer. There we go. So it feels like the QM8 has a touch better contrast. It actually feels like the QM8 and the U7K has better contrast than the U8K and the Q7. So this is very interesting. I don't know. I don't know what to say here. With 1,000 dimming zones, the U8K should look, because I know the U7K does not crush the blacks. If anything, U7K has slightly lifted blacks. So it feels like the U8K is having trouble with the scene. Right, let's move on to the next one. So this is the super bright scene. And here we go. Okay, so you have some detail out here in the corners, right? There's detail here, right here. And I'm going to lower the exposure so hopefully you guys can see that on the stream. Okay, let's see. Yes, so the U7K and the QM8 preserves the most detail in that area I showed you guys, whereas the Q7 loses a lot of that detail. So, there's only so much you could do with software, right? I mean, let me move that out of the way here real quick. There we go. Okay. The Q7 just cannot resolve all that detail, but we know why. It doesn't have enough dimming zones. What I want to ask the U8K is, what is your excuse? Its excuse is it wants to be really bright, but at loss of detail. So does that affect the scene? Remember, I've frozen the frame. The U8K is slightly brighter right there. And so if we run the entire scene at full speed, the question is, in a scene like that, does it make a difference? So let's see the scene again. See, does it matter that scene, you lose a little detail, right? Do you want that extra brightness? It's like right here, there's a bit of extra brightness in that corner as well. And so this goes to the movie's intent. Do you want that extra pop, or do you want slightly less brightness but preserve every bit of detail? Sony will preserve every bit of detail without exception. That has always been their theme. They'll stick to it. If you don't like it, that's fine. In this case, you have two choices. U8K goes for brightness, but you lose a little detail, and the QM8 preserves detail, but you don't have that high-end brightness, but it's not that big of a difference, right? It's not like, oh my God, it's so dim. We're talking maybe 50 nits at most, if even that. or maybe 100, but at this brightness, the difference between 900 nits or 1,000 nits and 900 nits, that 100 nits at that level is very minimal. So, but it's just something for you guys to think about, that's all. All right, let's move on. So this one is normally reserved for OLED to see how bright OLED can get. I know all these TVs can get bright enough for this scene. These are just bright full screen scenes so this is where I'm going to stop. So here, all 4 TVs look very similar, right? It's a bright scene, but they're also able to bring out that bright fluorescent light as well. And there's contrast between the dark areas, between the fluorescent light. On the G3 in yesterday's stream in the same scene, the fluorescent lights are similarly bright, but between the fluorescent lights, it's even darker. So what we know is that mini LED, although this looks great, it should be a touch darker. And I've lowered the exposure, so it actually looks darker than it really should. Let me increase the exposure so you guys can see. This is what it actually looks like. Okay. All right. So, this is a very bright scene, and HDR Impact wants the ceiling tiles to be slightly darker. It should be a little bit darker than what you're seeing here, but the 4 TVs do this pretty well. Again, most movies look like this. So if that's the case, Q7, right? The U8K doesn't have to be brighter because it's not graded to be any brighter than what it is right now. All right, let's move on to pan. I think that's the one where you have way over 1,000 nits in the specular highlights. And this is the one that everyone uses to show brightness and detail in that part. Okay. And I'm going to lower the exposure a bit so you guys can see the differences. The QM8 and the U8K are very similar in brightness. The Q7 is a touch less bright. The U7K is also a touch less bright. So the contrast, the brightness, both the U8K and the QM8 does the best here. And this is where you pay slightly more money for, is these scenes. Now, of course, this is a very specific movie. The question is, moving forward, will new releases take full advantage of the dynamic range available on expensive TVs? And most of Hollywood doesn't like doing that. They want to give an HDR grade that any Q7 could handle. But here, the U8K and the QM8 is just there's a bit more of that dynamic range. They're able to push that sunset a little bit brighter than the rest of the scene compared to the Q7 and the U7K. Let me lower the exposure a little bit more because it may not be as easy to see here. Okay, let's see if that's a little bit better. Yeah, so you can see that the U8K and the QM8 is a good match. They are nearly indistinguishable. If I saw them both, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. And this is how it should be when you have 1,000 nits. But you see, there's not that big of a jump between the Q7's 100 whatever dimming zones and 10 times more dimming zones. This is the improvement. So this is why we say when you go from 900 dimming zones to 1,000, it's not that big of a deal. Now, when you go from under 200 to 1,000, now you're seeing that difference. So for mini LED and LCD TVs, how much more expensive does it have to be to get a slight improvement? Well, this is what you have to go. You have to go from an $800 Q7 and pay $500 more to either the QM8 or U8K to get that slight improvement in a very difficult HDR movie scene, right? And this is a great example so you guys know why you're paying a little extra for. And this is why we do the whole stop the FOMO. If you have the Q7, well, do you really have FOMO for the QM8? Yes. Now that you know what you're missing, are you missing out? And most people might say, it's worth $500 or $400 for me. But at least now you know. So, and I think we're going to run this scene one more time, full speed, so you guys can get a sense of what you're missing, because I froze the frame, but as it passes through, how does it feel to you guys, right? Yeah, I do enjoy the U8K QM8 a little bit more. It affects my viewing just a little bit, but then I watch these all the time, so see that? So as it rushes through, and this is a very brief scene. I mean, you saw that scene, literally like 5 seconds, 6 seconds. Okay, oh, this is the dark shadow detail we talked about. So let's see how they do in this. I'm gonna have to turn up exposure a lot here. Okay, let's see what we can do here. So I'm looking for color banding and how it feels like. Okay, so let me watch the scene real quick, because it's hard to capture motion on the stream. It feels like the QM8 has problems with this scene. Yeah, the QM8 is banding more than the other 3 TVs, strangely enough. So watch it again. You might be able to catch that slight flutter. Oh, it's definitely struggling. Which is odd, because I expect the QM8 to be sharing, oh, the Q7 also. So the Q7 and the QM8, this is their weakness right here, is in this scene. The U7K and the U8K did this scene a bit better. Let me see if I can catch any of that while it's doing it. Might not be able to. Yeah, it only happens in motion. If you pause it, this is a motion problem. Yeah, right here, this scene, briefly, you'll see it. It's the constant change in brightness. And here, you know what, let me turn up the exposure here so you guys see the difference in how they handle shadow detail. Okay, so the U7K appears to have issues with lifted shadow details. You see the black bars and everything. I mean, it's more. It doesn't make sense. It's a little bit more lifted than Q7. So I know Hisense is watching this, and I know they're saying, "Oh yes, we got it, FOMO, we're on it." But I just have to hammer it. You know what? Let me turn off the light on the side. It's a little bit distracting. There you go. I keep on thinking, what's happening back there? Okay, so U8K, great shadow detail. QM8, this is what we're talking about, slight crushing. Just slight, right? And I had to super expose this for you to see it. This is normally a dark scene anyway, so you would notice the difference. But we're just diving into the whole pixel peeping thing so you guys can see what they're doing at the processor level, the compromises they have to make this work. But normally, we'd be seeing this scene like this. Let me see if that, yeah, so it kind of looks like this a little bit. Actually, even darker than that. Jeez. But unfortunately, in this scene, for whatever reason, the U7K's white bars are just blowing up. This is just unacceptable because this is not a bright scene. And this is one where the algorithm on the U7K is just, yeah, this is definitely a black bar algorithm problem. And the Q7 is having problems in this scene as well. Only the QM8 and the U8K is doing it okay, but the G3 would be absolutely black. All the TVs are actually showing slightly lifted, but it's not that bright of a scene. So, you know, sometimes there are just these weaknesses in certain scenes that mini LED TVs cannot handle. But, you know, no TV is perfect, right? Okay, I'm going to try to capture black detail here. Oh, there we go. Okay, let's turn up the exposure. And this is an easy scene. So as you can see, the trouble happens in the darker scenes where you have mixed lighting, that flashing bright light. Oh my gosh, the QM8 and the Q7 simply could not handle that one in Monster Hunter. But here, all the TVs look great. So they have their sweet spot, which are movies like Batman versus Superman. Look at that. I think the shadow details and the black levels look great. Let me turn up the exposure so you guys can see that a bit more. It's already turned up. Okay, so the U7K, so the black bars are actually to the left and to the right on this scene, right? So it's one of those vertical black bars. And in a scene that you have bright areas of the scene, the other three TVs do the black bars fine, but they couldn't do Monster Hunter. And so this is one that's kind of interesting to me because this is a dark scene. But you can see that the U7K struggles the most in this scene in terms of just using the dimming zones the way it should be. And the Q7 does this scene almost as well as the QM8 and the U8K. On a capture, okay, this is a great one because of the brightness within brightness, right? Okay, good. And normally additional dimming zones really helps the TV to make this look really good. But in this case, I mean, look at the black level right here. I could have just, this is in an OLED, right? This is really dark, yet the Q7 is able to do it as well as the QM8. I mean, look how dark the U7K, 380 dimming zones. Hey, that's fine. But the Q7, this is such a great scene. It's such a difficult scene. It nailed it. And of course, the QM8 and U8K, we expect them to do this scene well. So the QM8 so far is good. I think its biggest shortcoming so far, if you missed it or you just joined us, is definitely in Monster Hunter with issues with that flashing. Yeah, this looks good. I'm just trying to see differences between them, and it's really hard. And look at the shadow detail. Okay, so this is a good one for shadow detail. And you can see the slight red push on the QM8 here. But this is one where, okay, the exposure is turned up a bit. It actually doesn't look like this. Let me turn it down a touch. Okay. Okay. So the QM8, this is where it's just a touch crushed in the bottom right hand corner compared to the other three TVs. But overall the scene is acceptable because you're not going to notice that. It's just giving you the differences. U7K, as before, is a bit lifted. But then you have the easy ones. Like this used to be a hard scene for mini LED LCD TVs, by the way. So it says a lot that all four TVs look so similar now. Okay, let's jump in, answer some questions here. All right. Hey, hope you guys enjoyed that. Let's see. Any questions? What are you guys thinking? So, movies, you guys saw the movies we watched and all the good stuff. Which TV would you get? QM8 or U8K or Q7? And this is something that doesn't happen enough is it good enough for just watching basic movies? Because oftentimes reviewers were using really challenging content you will never see in real movies. All the movies you saw are the most challenging with movies, and of course, strangely, it's not the bright scenes, right? It was Monster Hunter that gave the QM8 and the Q7 the most trouble. So, that was unexpected. By the way, to be fair, the G3 had the most trouble with that scene as well, but not as bad as the QM8. And yet the U8K and the U7K breezed right through. Hey, Robert, can I do a Starfield test? You know what? I need to do a Starfield test. Let me type that in. Yes, that's a good question. We have that here, Starfield test. Let's do that before we do Dolby Vision, so you guys can see what it looks like in Dolby Vision. I'm going to do Dolby Vision after the Starfield test. How's that? We can do that pretty quick right now. Here. Yeah, let's do the Starfield test next. All right, 1 second. Okay, as we set up the star field test. Oh, hey Leo, there's a super chat from Elisa. Thank you for reminding me. I'm sorry if I missed your super chat. It's like I'm running around, so. Okay, let's scroll up, up. And I apologize if I missed your super chats because sometimes I'm not paying attention to the chat while I'm doing these things. So let me see. Oh, here we go. Mark has a super chat. Can I turn on Dolby Atmos on off with the U8K? I believe you can. I'll go to the settings and I'll show you, Mark. So that was. So yeah, we'll look at that. And now the Q7 is not working on the splitter, but we'll fix that. Okay, so if you have that question, definitely ask me. I think I missed it, but I can't seem to find it. Oh, here's another one by Mark. U8K 75-inch IPS pros and cons versus VA. So the IPS panels off angle will preserve saturation better than VA. On angle, VA should have better contrast, but that's been in the past. Currently, it feels like the APS or they're actually BOE ADS panels, and they right now are considered the more advanced panels compared to VA. So to the degree that ADS or ADS Pro panels are the better panel, more pros than cons in my opinion. So I don't compare ADS panel or the ADS panel is no longer an issue for me. It was an issue when it was first found on the Samsung QM8A, but now it's not so bad. Actually, it's actually better. So the preference is I prefer the ADS Pro panel from BOE over the VA panels currently being used. I'm sure VA could have gotten better if they continue to work on it, but they're focused on ADS Pro panels or the ADS panel, so that off angle, it preserves some of that color better. And that was the complaint, right, is off angle, these VA panels just slightly washed out, you lose some color. So I think that's it. And if I missed your question, please ask again. I'll look for it. Okay, thank you for that super chat, Diego. FOMO for now. Which do you think is the best purchase of the four? The one that doesn't seem to be receiving a signal. The Q7, to me, is such a good TV for what you're getting. Value, just everything about it has impressed me greatly so far. Let me see if I can fix this. And is it? Oh, did I just lose another port? So sad. Okay, I'm gonna run it through. I have to run it through another. You know, this one is also being replaced. The thing is just overheating like crazy. I have 4 HDMI coming out of it, and so I've just lost. I think I may have just lost another port. So let me see if I can run it through another splitter real quick. 1 second. Ha! It's this one. Oh, actually, that might work. Let's try that again. Okay. All right, start the test. Oh, and yeah, you know, to answer your question, Classy, I know you asked about the UTF. Yeah, I didn't change anything. It looked like it followed the UTF pretty well. Or maybe they all are pushing it, but I know the QM8 pushed it a bit more. So let's see if we can do a start for real quick for you guys. Here it is. Let's see, start field. There we go. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna turn up the exposure so you guys can see the differences. Okay, so obviously, let me take my head off so you guys can see. There we go. All right. QM8, excellent. U8K, excellent, as expected, because they have over 1,000 menu zones. So how is it the Q7 is doing so well? Yeah. Can someone? Oh, hey, there we go. Hey, Classy, can you hear me? Oh, there you are. Hey, let me take you off. Can everyone hear Classy? Let me take him off real quick. All right, let me see.
You're on a very far away mic if you can hear me.
I can hear you now. Oh, wait. Did my mic just die? Did I leave my mic over there? See, this is what happens. I forgot my mic. Thank you, Classy. Is that why you called? I love you. Okay. It's like my mic is so far away. Okay. Okay, so this is the Starfield. Now the question is how is it the Q7 is keeping up with so few dimming zones, right? And the U7K, in order to have, let me see, add. All right. Hey, thanks, man. I forgot I left my mic over there. This is
Yeah, that's all right.
okay. So hopefully everyone hears me now. So the Starfield test, it's pretty impressive that the Q7 is able to do what it does, very similar to the QM8 and U8K. Now the U7K is what I expect when you have few dimming zones, you kind of lift the whole panel to bring everything out rather than crush, right? And I'm very surprised that the QM8 is not crushing the stars as much as I thought it would. I mean, it's more crushed than the U8K for sure. But look at the Q7. Like, wow, huh? So for those who asked, of these TVs, which is the best deal? No doubt the Q7 is killing it for $800.
Yeah, these last couple streams you've had, that's what I've been seeing is like, I would suggest save money and get a Q7 or spend more and get, a
An OLED.
Samsung, a Sony, or just go to OLED.
Yes. Yes. Hey, Robert, the U7K is watched out because of less zones. Robert, the Q7 has less than half the zones of the U7K. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I understand why the U7K looks washed out. The Q7 doesn't look washed out, and the Q7 has less than half the dimming zones. Isn't that crazy? So yeah, no, I expect the U7K to be what it is. It's just I did not expect the Q7 to over deliver pretty much. And this may never happen again, by the way. This could be one of those things, right, Classy, where it's once in a generation and then it never happens again. It's like TCL's like, what did we do right? How can we do it again? This is it. This was the only generation we got right. So remember, just because they got the
I mean,
Q7 right. Uh-huh.
it's reminding me of the last Google TVs that TCL did, the R646 and the was it S546 or something like that, where the 6 series was good, but it was at a price point where I wanted a little more. Whereas the 5 series, it was so affordable and so close, I recommended the 5 series more. But
Yeah.
I don't know if you got to it yet. I saw some people saying you missed a super chat a little ways
Yeah.
back.
something about the audio. So let me scroll up real quick. Yeah, I
I don't know if there
apologize.
was. I think you may have missed a couple.
I caught some of Mark's for sure. Hey Lisa, so I see, and are you asking about the audio, Lisa? So go ahead. I'll look for that. I'll look for your question right now. In the meantime, yeah, I apologize. Let's see. Okay, so
And I was wondering, did something on the QM8 maybe get changed by accident? Because in all the movie scenes you were showing, it didn't look like the EOTF was raised anywhere, like it
no,
had
didn't
been.
touch it. Yeah, I mean it's just filmmaker mode. That's it. If anything, it was the U7K. I had to do a hard reset as part of their addressing the burns or whatever, the DSC, right? But the QM8 and the Q7 untouched since then. Let me see here.
I didn't know if you changed the dynamic tone mapping or something, if maybe that was it.
I played with both, and dynamic tone mapping, if you turn it on, found it. Oh wait, did I find it? Aha, found you. Hey Lisa, thank you for the super chat. U8K for 1300 out July 3rd. Might price go down when it actually releases? Yes, it will. The U8K, when it releases, it will definitely, at worst, match the QM8. It might be slightly cheaper, but it won't be that much cheaper. Like in the same week or two, I would say within 2 weeks. And will you check audio quality special dialogue? So yeah, I'll check that, and I'll have to post that separately. So on the live stream, it will be hard to check the dialogue. But normally, just based on my experience, dialogue on all these TVs is fine. It's on TVs like the G3 and the S95C, where they've specifically made the TV so thin that everything is hard to hear. Dialogue, just everything. So if you get a G3 or S95C, I strongly recommend getting just a basic $100 soundbar, $99 soundbar, and you'll get better dialogue. So thank you for that
Yeah, I
super
think
chat. I
it's because the
apologize.
G2 had really good speakers.
Yeah,
I think what
so
happened was they've
that's so
retuned
right.
everything because they're
Uh-huh.
trying to sell the sound bars with the TVs, and they're
Mm-hmm.
trying to convince you to use it with the what does LG call it? Like Samsung, it's what Symphony something, and then LG is it like Wonder or something, whatever the names are.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like Sony did the same thing last year, where the 80J had really good sound, and then the 80K didn't because they want you to pair it with their soundbar and their sub and everything.
That
So
could be.
it's
That
they're
could be.
retuning
Yeah.
it to be paired.
Let me put myself down here. Here we go. And it looks like the U7K has some hotspots, right? Little halo hotspots here. So let me see if there's anything else.
Yeah, so the U7K, the U8K, you're taking to M-Wave, right?
The U7K is going to get replaced. This U8K I am. It looks fine as far as
Okay.
DSC. And so this U8K is going to go to M-Wave. U7K will be replaced at M-Wave. And yes. Oh, and you know what?
Okay.
Speaking of M-Wave, we're going to have demo TVs that have less than 200 hours on it that are literally, as far as we're concerned, near new because they will have the warranty with it. So normally when you get a TV used, it doesn't have any warranties, but this one will come with the manufacturer's warranty, but it will be hugely discounted. So there'll be flagship TVs, and I'll post the TV models and stuff on my community page. But if you guys are interested, I'll leave just DM me on Twitter or whatever. And the thing is, though, it'll be the price, and I'll get the shipping and everything from M-Wave. So anyone who's interested in a high-end TV, we're talking about things like the G3. We're actually going to have a 97-inch G2. That one is also being sold at a huge discount. It's definitely way, way below 27,000, and it also comes with a manufacturer warranty. So if you guys are interested in those TVs, I'll post the models that are up, and you guys can DM me, and then you guys could work out a deal so that after M-Wave, we don't have to hold on to it. Our goal is to not make money. We actually have to buy these TVs, but we don't want to take it with us. So once we're done with them, then we'll sell those TVs to whoever. But we are giving away the U7K and the U8K to some lucky winners who show up to M-Wave. But the TVs that we're selling as manufacturer warranty demo units will be shipped anywhere in the US. You don't have to go to M-Wave for that one. Okay, so let's move on to the next test. Yeah, isn't the Q7 great? That's such a good TV.
Yeah, once you do get the Hisenses out of there, and you're keeping the TCLs, right?
You know, I'm
Or at
debating.
least for a little bit.
I think it's so hard for me to keep the QM8 when the Q7 is that good. I mean, I'll probably keep it a little bit longer, but it's kind of like I don't have any other. Oh, here we go. We're gonna do Dolby Vision next. I don't have any. It's almost as if a foregone conclusion that people will be buying the Q7 this year because it's that good for that price. And what a weird year.
Yeah, I was gonna
Is it
say you
weird?
could get the X90L to compete with the Q7, and
That
then
is
grab a
true.
QN90C to compete with the QM8.
The Q,
Because
yeah, the X90L, and the X90L is so expensive. It pains me. So have you seen the X90L? I have not. And it would be great if the X90L could do as well as the Q7 because I know it's processed. Oh, did you see the Monster Hunter? How the QM8 and Q7 struggled with that? It could not render that scene at all. Like it was so bad. Well, when I say
yeah,
so
see,
bad,
that's
there's a
where
lot
it's
of
like you can
flashing
with
stuff.
the X90L, it's gonna have more blooming and whatnot,
Yes.
but it's also gonna be way more color accurate, better processing, things like that. It's kind of the same thing with the QN90C, where it's going to have a little bit more blooming than the QM8, but it'll have much better color and processing. And with the Samsung, you get both active and static tone mapping, so you can either make it brighter or make it more accurate.
Right. Okay, guys. What we're going to do is Dolby Vision testing real quick. So I have to set up so I'm on the Sony. I have to enable Dolby Vision, unlike my Panasonic, which I do not have to do that. I have to do that on this one.
Really is too bad the X95L is not in smaller sizes, but even if it was, it makes you wonder if it would underperform like last year in the smaller sizes.
Which one?
The X95L.
Oh, yeah, I know. Maybe that's why they didn't offer. Well, they're offered in other parts of the world. That's what is kind of a little bit annoying and upsetting all at the same time. Okay, let's do some Dolby Vision action so you guys can see the differences in Dolby Vision. All right, Dolby Vision, 10,000 nit grade. I'm just going to pause where I think there's Specular highlights, and they all look pretty. Oh, let me take my face off. Right there. Okay, there we go.
And so here with Dolby, when you get to the that rock you were looking at earlier, that was brighter on the U8K and more
Oh yeah,
red
yeah.
on the QM8, Dolby. That's the point of it. Is you'll see what it wants, what Stacy in this case wanted you to see more of. Did you want to see more of the detail or the brightness? That's the point of Dolby Vision, so you don't have to guess.
This is a great one. So because of Dolby Vision, the U8K has no problem. Okay, so this is where when your processing is not so great, in this case, the U8K was struggling with processing. Dolby Vision saves it. So here, Dolby Vision actually saves the U8K, but the QM8 didn't need it. So didn't we talk about that? Is if you have good processing, you don't need Dolby Vision. So Samsung says they have good processing. But in this case, the U8K, see, it looks just as good as the QM8 now with Dolby Vision. And so it really comes down to how good is your processing. And the Q7 did a great job at 10,000 nit or 2,000 nit content. It didn't need Dolby Vision to help it. Actually, Dolby Vision, there's going to be a scene where Dolby Vision looks a little dim for the Q7. But in this scene, because it's so bright, it's fine. And the QM8 looks great in both Dolby Vision and 2000 nit content. Yeah, we'll get to the bright
Yes, the
white and see it.
Hisense tone mapping is set up to be brighter but clip more, whereas TCL's tone mapping is more aggressive.
Yeah. And here, right, they all look the same. So remember when we had 2000 nit content, big differences here, right? Q7 had the best detail with all great black levels and all that stuff. Well, in Dolby Vision, they all look the same because now they know what they're supposed to do. So here in this scene, difficult scenes, Dolby Vision kind of pulls everything down for all the TVs to do, and it looks identical. So why would you pay more for a QM8 when the Q7 looks exactly the same? And so that's another thing about Dolby Vision. It doesn't push your TV to its best. It brings all the TV to the middle, right? It's like you're paying big money and you put in Dolby Vision. It's kind of like, well, training wheels. You're not letting it run free. Well, let's assume it can. If it can't run free, well, then you need Dolby Vision. It's like a 1,000 horsepower car with no brakes, right? So here's another one. Remember that trouble with this one? So all the TV looks great now, right? There's no clipping. The Q7 is slightly dimmer than the U7K. So in this one, it looks like U8K and the QM8 is able to render the higher trim Dolby Vision, I guess you would describe it. Whereas the Q7, U7K is slightly dimmer in those clouds right here. So in this case, the TVs on the U8K and the QM8 is slightly brighter, reaching the upper limits of their capability without clipping. But again, this is 10,000 nit Dolby Vision. I think 1,000 nit Dolby Vision would not make a difference. So there's a lot of confusion. There's another one. The QM8 is a little bit brighter in this scene, actually, whereas the U8K has a bit more color. So they reverse roles. Remember in HDR 2000 nit, the QM8 had a bit more color and the U8K was brighter. Well, this one, they reverse roles just a touch. So how weird is that, right? There we go. Hopefully you can see that a little bit better. So a little bit more color in the U8K, but then a little bit brighter in the QM8. So in Dolby Vision, just depends on which TV you have. They're very different. There's some highlights in that smoke that's on the QM8 and U8K that's not as highlighted on the others. Oh, here's a good one. Another difficult scene. And so, again, reversing roles. Here, the U8K is the one with all the haze and the gold and all that stuff, whereas the QM8, it's gone. So, you have to ask yourself, oh, wait a minute. Did I set them all on the same Dolby Vision? We might have to do this again. They better all be on Dolby Vision Dark. Otherwise, it's like not okay. So Dolby Vision Dark on the U7 or the Q7 is on Dolby Vision Dark. Dolby Vision IQ. Okay, so now it's on Dolby Vision Dark. I'll have to do this again. Oh, it is on Dolby Vision Dark. So let's hope that the U8K is on Dolby Vision Dark. Please. No. Oh, looks even better in Dolby Vision Dark. Okay, so we'll do it one more time, real quick. We'll go through the good stuff, I promise. Dolby Vision, 10,000 nit content. They are all on Dolby Vision Dark.
Yeah, and Stacy said the main grade is the HDR10 10,000, and
Uh-huh.
then the Dolby is derived from that, and then all the others are derived from that.
And here it looks like the U7K is the most washed out, despite, well, I mean, we've seen that consistently, so it has nothing to do with Dolby Vision. It's just a U7K doing what it does. And great, great. This scene is great. They all look the same. This is the one that we talked about had difficulty. So they're all there now, all the clouds and everything, right? So they don't have to worry about clipping anything. It's slightly brighter in HDR, but here you make sure you don't lose any shadow details. So a lot of people, they get Dolby Vision, not for color, but it's to bring down and get the tone mapping right. So in HDR 2000, only the QM8 got this right. The U8K clipped almost all the clouds. It was just bright white, mostly up there. But the U8K is the brightest in this one, actually. Let me make sure you guys can see that. Okay, so the QM8 is slightly brighter in this scene, just slightly, than the rest. No! Okay, moving on. The horses. And Dolby Vision Dark is the most accurate, technically, but who knows? So this one, they all look the same. All the detail is there. No one loses detail. Brightness is very similar. I have the ISO slightly underexposed so you guys can see the specular highlight differences because Dolby Vision really affects the top end where you clip the highlights, so you're able to see that clipping area. It's not the shadow detail so much as the bright clouds and bright like this right here. So you see all the cloud detail is here, with the QM8 having the brightest bit of spot right there, and then the U8K is just there right behind the QM8 or close enough, but clearly the Q7 and the U7K are a step behind the U8K and the QM8. QM8 is probably slightly brighter overall, but they're very similar. It's really hard to tell. I can see it from here.
I gotta head back to work, but I'll still be in the chat.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot, Koss, for dropping by.
Yep. See ya.
And thanks for letting me know that I left my microphone over there. I need to carry it around more. Okay, so in this scene, we are, let me move this along a little bit, and yeah, so they all look the same. I'm just gonna go to the, here we go. All right, so in this scene, once again, if they flip places, the U8K now has the orange haze that we talked about, more color, whereas the QM7, it doesn't. So what explains this? I really don't know. I mean, clearly you want more detail, you say get Dolby Vision, but if you don't get Dolby Vision, you have the QM8, you're still getting the detail, right? So it's very inconsistent. You're not always getting the same experience with Dolby Vision, and this is the best scene to demonstrate that. Box of chocolates, don't know what you're gonna get. Didn't matter if it was Dolby Vision Dark or Dolby Vision IQ, it was the same. So this looks the same, all the TVs. Oh, there's another one. And this time, the U8K has all the detail, all the cloud cover detail. There's no clipping, and there's no surprise. That's what Dolby Vision does. So in this case, then, it's safe to say the U8K benefits most from bright Dolby Vision. But in streaming content that's under 1,000 nits, doesn't matter because the QM8 and the U8K does that fine. And here are all the details back. So the QM8 impresses me with its tone mapping. Its tone mapping of 2,000 nit content looks exactly like the Dolby Vision right here. All the details there. Whereas on the U8K, only in Dolby Vision does it bring it back. And of course, the Q7 and the U7K with Dolby Vision, all the details there that wasn't there in the 2000 nit content version of this, or the 2000 HDR 2000 version of this. Q7 and U8K could not even do that. Here, the U8K can do it with Dolby Vision, and the QM8 did it either way. Oh, they look pretty similar here. Ah, so remember this scene? So, wow, surprise, surprise. Now the U8K has a little bit more color than the QM8. The QM8 is slightly brighter than the U8K. So it looks like the U8K definitely is enjoying Dolby Vision greatly. QM8 doesn't seem like it needs it as much. It's a little bit brighter, but it's not as washed out as U8K was without Dolby Vision. Ah, here we go. So we're talking about the brightest area here. And let me take a look. Yeah, they all look very similar except with the black rocks on the far right, slightly lifted on the Q7 and the U8K. So let me show you. I'm going to turn up the exposure so you guys can see that. So in the bottom right-hand corner, the U8K and the QM8 is a little bit darker, as it should be there. And the U7K is slightly lifted, and the Q7 is right in between. But Dolby Vision technically doesn't really help there. It's helping with a bright rock on the left, and all four TVs look great, as to be expected with Dolby Vision, in terms of helping the TVs tone map and not clip. This was not an issue, so we'll skip this. I think those are all the issue scenes, because Dolby Vision, the Q7 probably looks the most washed out in the scene for some reason, but that's okay. It's only $800, right? Let me turn down the exposure so you guys can see a little bit better. Okay, I think we're done with Dolby Vision testing right there. Next up, Bright Sports. We're going to do dynamic. So let me check questions real quick before I move on. See what you guys got for me. How's everyone doing this long day? It feels like Friday for some reason. Ah, I'm back. Okay. I apologize if I missed your super chat. Just running back and forth. Let me take this out. Does TCL have decent gaming features? Yes, it does. As a matter of fact, I really like the gaming features on the TCL. We're going to test, you're going to see the gaming features. I cannot test all the gaming features per se, but I can at least show you what it looks like in terms of image quality when you compare it. We compared it to the G3 yesterday and it looked phenomenal. Obviously, the G3 has deeper black. Some argue maybe it's crushing, but I'd say the QM8 and the Q7 looked really good, as well as the U7K. Today, you'll see the U8K as well with their gaming features, and they do have 144 hertz on one port and 4K, so they have 4K 144 on one port and 4K 120 on the other, as far as Hisense is concerned. And I'll have to check TCL, but they both do 4K 120 fine. So for console gaming, that's fine. 144 hertz only concerns PC gamers anyway, right? And HDR looked great. 4K 120 with HDR looked fine. I thought it didn't drop like it used to drop in the past, so definitely they've raised their game. How about motion smoothing? I like the U7K better, but we will try some motion testing right now, actually. We'll see. But so there are two types of smoothing. One is, I'd say, low bit rate gradation smoothing. So we're going to test that later when we put it on YouTube TV so you guys can see that. And the other is soap opera effect. So all of them do great soap opera effect. The question is, can they eliminate stutter without adding too much smoothing? The Hisense the U7K has done that better, a touch better than the Q7 or the QM8. So for those that don't like stutter but don't want too much soap, the U7K is slightly better in that regard. The TCL, it's jumping from stutter to a little bit too much smoothing. So it's hard to find that in between with TCL still for me. And I'll have to, we'll see the U8K. I'll throw in the motion test real quick after your question. We could do that next. You won't be able to see it. You just have to hear what I have to say. Because that one's hard. It's impossible to capture on a live stream. New Denons are dope. DV 4K 120, ALM, VRR, G-Sync, everything in all formats, all through HDI 2.1. In theory, it should work, right? But it's always, every TV is different. The question is handshake, can the TV pass it properly to the Denons and vice versa? And whose fault is it if it doesn't? Is it the TV or is it the Denon? But hopefully, yeah, it works with most TVs because every TV is like so different. It's hard. Okay, let's see. You have two Hisense VA panels. They do not look like that one's calibrated. So you have to remember also, I'm capturing it on a camera sent to YouTube. And this is why you cannot look at colors, even after calibration. You cannot capture the color because, first of all, anything outside of Rec 709, I'm not capturing it, right? It's just not, this is not a full color capture, just so you know. What it is, though, is demonstrating the differences in contrast and brightness. Those things you can capture, and blooming control. So for me, those are important because calibration, you can always get it calibrated, right? That's great, but you cannot fix blooming problems like the U7K. No calibrator can fix the issues related to blooming. So that's what I'm trying to capture, is that's what's going to affect your experience, or what we saw with the QM8 and the Q7 with Monster Hunter, right? That flashing when you're watching. No calibration is going to fix that. So I'm trying to look at the things that calibration doesn't affect, good or bad, but luminance normally, black level detail, and blooming control. And of course, image processing for low bitrate content, which is coming up. Okay, so let's see. Let's while we're here, let me do a little bit of motion. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Okay, 1 second. Hey, thanks, Darwin, for the super chat. QM8 seems to be better from all there. I have the Sony X95L. Oh, what a good TV. That 85-inch is amazing. I just bought it 4 days ago. Should I return it and get QM8? It does not seem sharp enough. Man, there's just so much to unpack there. The Sony X95L, I have not seen it personally, but from everything that I've heard of from people who have, which are both Classy and Brian, and they've compared it side by side with the QN95C and the QN900C, they say the X95L is simply amazing as a content consumption TV. So I cannot imagine the QM8 would be better. And sharpness, I don't think it would be, because in yesterday's stream, when I did upscaling of 480p content on a DVD, which we'll do today as well, the G3 clearly had better upscaling than the QM8 or the Q7 or the U7K. So I really think that Sony probably has a better image processor regardless. I would not return it for the QM8. This is the whole FOMO thing. Are you missing out on something? This is a case where I think you're doing okay with the Sony X95L. The only way you can get better is a QD OLED, but they don't come in 85 inches. So, hold on to the X95L. Maybe in 5 years, you can upgrade to a QD OLED. Right. Let's get some motion. Oh, here we go. Oh, there it is. Motion. Okay. Sarah on Hammock. I love this one. Thank you for doing this one. All right. Let me try to get a motion that I can live with, and we'll see what it is. Okay, so starting with the U8K, there's a bit too much stutter, so I'm going to adjust that a little bit more. And then we'll adjust each one. And this will be to my taste. There is no right answer here, by the way, because I know Classy will have his anti-judder on 0, but I cannot handle 0. This is like right here for me, there's too much judder. So let me do this. Motion enhancement, custom, better. Okay. Okay, it was off before. This is much more manageable. And let me see one more time. So for me, I set it to custom, judder 5, and blur reduction. I don't know if it does anything at all. I normally have it on 8 on all my Hisense TVs, so I'll just leave it there. But I find it hard to see the difference between blur reduction settings, but judder reduction definitely. So let me see if I go to 4, is it any worse? 5. I like 5 personally. So in this case, I'll leave it at 5. So let's see if I can get the QM8 to match it here. I think 3, 4. Yeah, 4 is very close. Six, a bit much. 5. Somewhere between 4 and 5. So I'll just leave it at 4 for the QM8. There's a touch of stutter on 4, but at 5, it's a bit too much soap for me. So 4.5, if it exists, is what I would use to match with the Hisense. I'm not going to change the Q7 or the U7K just to have something to compare it to. I don't know if you catch this on YouTube, but or actually, you know what? I think I already have the Q7 setting. I'll just match it so you guys can, so it'll be consistent. All right. Just see if I'll have it on 5. There we go. Oops, wrong one. I'll have this on 5. Yeah, 5 does look a touch smoother, but it does have a little bit obvious soap. I'm fine with a little bit of soap, by the way, and that's where it's taste. Some people do not like any soap opera at all. I'm okay with just a little bit of soap opera, but because stutter is just too juddering for me. Let's make sure. Okay. So I have the QM8 on 4 anti-judder and the Q7 on 5, just to see the difference. And the U7K. Five. Okay. Yeah. On 5, the U7K has a little bit, actually, it's a little bit different. The U7K has a little bit of stutter even on 5. So definitely the U8K and the U7K have different motion processors for whatever reason. But this is why you guys have to play with it. Do not follow my settings as gospel because it's so content dependent and subjective, right? But for those that wanted that, so let's put it on the ticker. I don't know if you're going to capture anything on the ticker, but the ticker introduces artifacts, or the TVs that have a tendency for artifacts, you'll see it on the ticker. So this is 24p ticker. How does it do, right? And so with the motion settings I have, they'll look pretty good for the most part. Actually, this is a huge improvement over TVs of the past. So for sure, motion processing by Hisense and TCL leaps and bounds better than 2019 when I started reviewing Hisense and TCL TVs. The motion processing, generally speaking, it's improved because there were a lot more artifacts when I ran this pattern 3 years ago. Okay, let's move on from motion. See what we got next. Ooh, sports, that's right. And let's check your questions real quick before I jump into sports. Let me swap over. Okay. We're going to go in their standard or the brightest setting. Let's make sure it'll play. All right, I'll pause it right there. Okay. Let's see. Let's get caught up on questions. And if you have any questions, please ask it again, unless it's a super chat, which is easy to find. I need to put this up here front and center. There is no reason to be concerned about Dolby Vision gaming on any TV. I don't know how many times all reviewers have been saying this. It has nothing to do with us not being familiar with Dolby Vision gaming. It just does not. It doesn't exist right now. I mean, it's a spec that no one cares about, other than gamers who think there's something out there. Don't worry about Dolby Vision gaming at all. Do not buy a TV based on that. You'll be doing yourself a disservice, and you'll be very disappointed. Okay, so if you have any questions, ask, and then we're going to do sports in high brightness setting. What's the final verdict? U8K or QM8? Right now, I'd have to say the QM8, unless Hisense does a firmware update, and I will tell Hisense all the issues I found with it. But ultimately, the QM8 does well with the dimming zones it has. It has a little bit better. The key is actually tone mapping. It tone maps 10,000 or 2,000 nit content really well, whereas the U8K at 1,000 nit content is fine. You go to 2,000, it starts clipping bright details, and Dolby Vision, it looks great. So with the U8K, if you're watching a lot of Dolby Vision content, it looks actually better on the U8K than the QM8. In the QM8, in bright Dolby Vision, it actually loses color for whatever reason. So the QM8, if you don't care about Dolby Vision content, you're just HDR person, you're streaming, turn off Dolby Vision if you have the QM8. On the U8K, if you have the option, turn on Dolby Vision. I think you'll get more out of it. Whereas the Q7 and U7K, I don't think Dolby Vision helps at all. It makes it a little bit dim. So the Q7 and U7K do not have Dolby Vision on. But verdict for those who don't care about Dolby Vision, I would take the QM8. But if you are buying a TV looking for Dolby Vision, and you're always using Dolby Vision, then U8K is fine. Classy. One control works, right? 2 point, 1 point works. Oh, TCL. It's like a joke. All right, let's do the settings for sports real quick. So U8K, we'll start with that. What I like to use is the brightest. Oh no. Okay, this is a Sony. I have to turn off Dolby Vision. What happens is Sony forces Dolby Vision. You have to literally just go in and disable Dolby Vision. This is what I don't like about the Sony players. That's why I use the UB820 and not the Sony. Let me take this out right here. Okay, you have to force off Dolby Vision. Otherwise, it makes everything Dolby Vision. I mean, SDR. What the heck, right? Dolby Vision output off. It doesn't auto detect Dolby Vision, so remember that. All right, let's get back. Okay, let's do the settings. So for the energy saving, so vivid or standard? Actually, standard looks pretty good, and the brightness doesn't seem to change. It's just a white point that changes, so we'll do standard, because standard looks pretty bright. Turn off automatic light sensor, it is off. Okay. And most people who watch sports, standard is fine. Let me see. Yeah, keep it on standard. Cool, it just looks too cool. Okay, so that is the QM8. That's its brightest setting. Oh, let me make sure everything, normally everything is on max, but you never know. Brightness, local dimming. Let's see if this gets brighter. Okay, medium's fine because it's full screen. We want the brightest possible, and medium could be the brightest possible. So let's do it at medium, that's fine. And then see, active contrast. I'm gonna put on high, and this is why. You notice the change there? From medium to high. High makes the darker areas a little bit darker. I want that because when you're reading scores, you want that contrast. It just makes things a lot easier to read. I'm gonna change this real quick here. Here we go. Okay. I turned down the exposure a touch so you can see the brightness difference if there's any. All right. So that's my brightness setting. For the QM8, let's go to U8K. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the U8K. Let's go to the QM8. All right, we're on the QM8 now. So movie, let's go to sports. Wow, this thing is really blue. You know what? I think that's just how it is. We'll just leave it. Oh, dynamic color, that's why. So dynamic color doesn't make it brighter, it just makes everything blue. Let's just turn off dynamic color. That's much better. Okay, that's a little bit better. All right, and brightness. Dynamic contrast is on high. Black stretch does nothing. I'll just keep it off. Dynamic brightness. Local contrast on high. Micro contrast. Okay, I'm going to put that on high, same reason. It'll be easier to read scores because we're going to use this setting when we do YouTube TV, ESPN, SportsCenter, whatnot. Okay. Next up is the U7K. What? Wrong one. Okay, here we go. Standard. Yeah, it looks like standard is the, well, let's see if sports is brighter. Nope, standard and sports virtually identical. Make sure automatic light sensor is off. It is off. Brightness. Okay. Active contrast. High. Oh yeah, way better. Okay. And dynamic tone mapping is for HDR only. That's why it's disabled. Wouldn't turn on anyway. Smart HDR, interesting. Okay, sports. Yep, black stretch does nothing here either. Dynamic brightness, oops, oh, actually. Nope, that doesn't do anything, let's leave that off. Local contrast, high. Micro contrast, also high. Yep, much better. Okay, let's see how it does. And it looks like the QM8 is slightly brighter than the rest, but maybe because I took so long, it's slightly dimming, so we'll see. But the QM8 is definitely a touch brighter than the other TVs, even brighter than the U8K. So, yeah, the brightness, the other three, so the dimmest of the U7K is the dimmest of the 4 TVs, and then the Q7, and even the U8K, the QM8 really pops. Now, this is the 65-inch TV. There's no guarantee that the larger sizes get this bright, but this is definitely the brightest TV I've seen. And it was similarly brighter than the QM95C when I had them together. So the QM8, if there was a vote, it would probably be the brightest mini LED TV at 65 inches you can buy right now. Yeah. If you guys are hockey fans, definitely the QM8. The contrast is really good. Looking at the words in the back, well, as you guys remember, I put it on that dynamic contrast or micro contrast. This is why I do it, right? So the words are easy to read. You could see the detail. It's not about color gradients. It's about the details of the score, the numbers, right? You want to see the 30, the 41. That's why the settings I use for sports. It's those little details that you want to see. The fans, the hair, whatever it is. It has nothing to do with color gradients. I mean, you could, but then you give up a little bit of that sharpness if you do that. The contrast really does help separate the details for sports or a moving ball. For the soccer fans out there, this scene is pretty bright. A lot of people complain that OLED dims with soccer games. And so for them, why would you get an OLED, right? This looks phenomenal. Full screen content that needs to be bright, definitely the QM8 is the way to go. Which takes us to YouTube. Low bit rate, or, oh, you know, while I'm here, let's do DVD upscaling real quick. Well, let's take a break. Let me jump in there, see if there are any questions. Okay. Any questions before we go to 480p upscaling comparisons? Hey, Lisa, great question. It seems the QM8 is good at 85. Does the quality change for smaller sizes? Yes, for all TVs. It's just so hard to extrapolate that larger TVs are better, as you're seeing. I mean, are they optimizing processing for larger TVs or smaller TVs or for the dimming zones? Remember that for whatever reason, the U7K And the U8K seems to have the same processing despite, or the same dimming processing despite the U8K having so much more dimming zones. And at the larger sizes, also note that some TV companies or TV models, they have ADS panels. And you have to take that into account. That's a big problem, because what you see on an ADS panel may be better or slightly worse or slightly better, right? There's no guarantee it's going to be the same. So in the past, or I know a lot of you guys watch or read the ratings review, it's always assumed that one size represents all sizes. Well, nowadays, that's not the case anymore. So it's really difficult to review a TV when the other models are a mix of ADS panels and VA panels. And we don't know. It's also region specific. Some regions have some more than others, or have the mix more than others. Let's move on here. So this is a DVD, 480p content. And yes, I have to change the movie mode. It's currently on Vivid, of all things. Oh, can you imagine watching A Dog's Purpose in Vivid mode? Oh my gosh, how bright that is. I'll change it. I'm just going to get to the scene with some detail for you guys. Oh, here we go. Whoops. Sorry, once again, the pause button next to the stop button. Here we go. Okay, so there's some grass, hair. Oh, perfect. All right, let me change the movie modes real quick. Okay. Who knows? You might enjoy watching this movie in standard. Okay, you know what? I'm going to leave it in standard. For some reason, I'm going to leave one TV in standard. I'll choose the U7K. Let's make sure the light sensor is off. Okay. Just so you guys have something to compare, right? Everything else will be in filmmaker mode. Okay, so normally when you have 480p content, smoothing helps remove or improve with the upscaling. Now on the Sony, I disabled the upscaling, so it's sending 480p content to the TV. So the TV is handling it right now. And let's see if anything changes if you add the smoothing feature. Smooth gradient, high. That doesn't do much. And in upscaling, it shouldn't, by the way. It's not additional noise, so to speak. It's just less resolution, right? So when you're upscaling lower resolution, like 40p, but it's high bit rate, like on a DVD, turning these things on does nothing, right? So I say keep it off. I'm just showing you. Now, what could help is super resolution, maybe. but I'm not seeing any changes toggling it on and off. Sharpness may add artifacts, like going up to 50, but in this case, it doesn't necessarily improve the image. I don't see much change. So we'll leave all those things disabled and let the TV upscale natively without adding any additional enhancements, because normally I wouldn't. I would do it for low bitrate content, which we'll play with next. Oop, yes. Let me take my face off here. There we go. Okay, so now you guys see it. Now, the reason why the U7K looks slightly different is I just decided to put it in standard mode. If I put it in filmmaker mode, it'd look just like the other TVs, because this is SDR, right? It shouldn't look different. And no, they are not calibrated in SDR mode. Only HDR mode is calibrated. I do not watch SDR, but occasionally, you know, you watch Seinfeld or whatever, and it's in SDR. But really, it doesn't make a big difference for me. Okay, so there you go. And I think the upscaling is fine. It's just in the, here we'll play it a little bit. On the G3, you get a little bit more detail. These look very similar. Actually, you know what? Let me get to that part with the skin. And actually, the DVD looks pretty good. Ah, again! I wish they would separate the stop and the pause button farther apart. It's killing me. Okay, good enough. They all look good enough to me. They're not really separating themselves with the details. The hairs are all there. Very, very difficult to distinguish on DVD content like this. I think it's fine. I think YouTube TV is going to be more relevant because low bitrate content is a problem for everyone. So let's check questions real quick. There you go. Looks the same. I wouldn't buy one over the other because of this, that's for sure. Oh, wait 1 second here. Put this down. Okay. Pop back in. All right, let's see what we got here. Any questions? If not, we're going to go to low bitrate, or if not, yes, low bitrate YouTube, and then we'll do PS5 after that. Hisense seems to push green a little more than TCL. Yes, even after calibration, Robert, I saw that with the U7K for sure. So before, after calibration, they have their color science tendencies, and it wasn't fixed with calibration either. So it's just something that you're paying a little less. This is what you deal with. But then it has other things that it does. So does blooming bother you? Does color accuracy bother you? A lot of people buy Sony because they're very focused on color accuracy. They don't care about blooming, right? It's all about priorities, for sure. Okay, how well does the Q7 handle room light reflections on the screen compared to the other three? So, you know, we could do that right now. I could run a quick light because I have some pretty bright lights. The question is, what is your room like? So it's not a great reflection of what you're going to get, but at least it's something. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do a quick glare test, and you guys can decide whether or not it's any good. So let's do this real quick. Glare. Okay, let me set this up. Give me a second. Let me find something, a mixed. We'll start with it with content and then without, and you guys can decide. Let's see if you guys can see this. Okay, so now I'm going to turn off the TV, and maybe that'll be different somehow. Or rather, I'm going to turn off the signal. We'll have a little bit of signal. Okay, let's try it with pseudo content. There's a slight rainbow on the QM. So the QM8 definitely has a rainbow, and it doesn't do as good of a job in the darkest scenes, right? So it looks like the U8K does a better job of minimizing that reflection compared to the U8K. So here the U8K has a pretty good anti-reflection, better diffusing the light a little bit better. Let's see on the other side. Yeah, the U7K. The U7K also diffuses it well, but it's definitely a different coating. I like the coating on the U8K better than the Q7. So far, the QM8 has the most reflective coating. Feels like it's glossy. Yeah, and the U7K is pretty good. It feels like the U7K and the Q7 have very similar coatings, but the U7K is slightly better. The rainbow effect is not as pronounced. So Hisense feels like they have a better anti-glare coating. So if you have dark scenes, I think it'll do a slightly better job. Hopefully that answers your question. For room glare. Okay. Let's see what's next here. Low bit, blah, blah, blah. Low bit rate YouTube. Let's do that. So many of you may or may not know, but YouTube TV has a reputation for bad bitrate, meaning that even though it says 4K, not necessarily a good 4K, right? So let's skip this. Honduras national football. I don't know. I don't want to get shut down. It's kind of risky. Maybe if I pause fast enough, choose one. Okay. So we'll start with a lower resolution. Let's do 720p. It should have better bitrate, right? Actually, it was a 720p. So oh, and of course you guys want it bright. Let's change the movie mode. You guys will not be watching this in Filmmaker. Dynamic tone mapping. Oh, that's right. This is Chromecast. So Chromecast, if it senses your TV has HDR, it'll give you HDR. You know what? Let me see. Yeah, standard still looks better. Let's see, sport. Nope. Okay. Let me double check the U8K. Vivid might be better. I'll leave it on Vivid. Okay. Yeah, this Vivid doesn't necessarily look better on the U7K. I'm going to leave it on standard. But you guys can play with this. I just want to make sure I have all the other stuff on. Let's see if... Yeah, it doesn't make a difference, so I'll leave it on medium. Actually, it does make a difference. I think the darks are a little bit better. A little bit better contrast. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I can keep it off. High. Okay. All right. So this, as you can see, the U7K is not the brightest. And the QM8 and the Q7 look so similar. The QM8 is a little bit brighter than the Q7. So if you're watching bright sports, let's say YouTube, whatever, the QM8 is a touch brighter. It has a touch more of that vividness in its most vivid mode. I'm going to try to see if I can get the U8K similarly vivid. What am I missing here? Yeah, it's in vivid. Standard's even dimmer. How about sport? Sport doesn't help. I think vivid's the best. So I think it's to taste, but for sports watching, I prefer the QM8 in this case. Let me try something else where I won't get shut down. I'm looking for something with a commercial. So we can do, oh, here we go. This is nice and bright. All right. Ooh, wow. The QM8 is like blindingly bright. Okay, so sports watchers for sure. This is like super bright. Okay, so I'm trying to see if there's any sharpness differences. I'm looking at the score, for example, Toronto 64, Golden State 62. Okay, so what you want to do is, this is where the smoothing comes in. So let's see if it changes the clarity of that score ticker. Smooth gradient, high. Yeah, see, there's not a lot of macro blocking issues, so I'm going to leave it on high just to compare later. So normally you have to have like a large uniform colored area with a slight gradient, then the macro blocking appears. So let's see if that happens somewhere. As normally in a low bit rate commercial. So I'm actually looking for a commercial. Like, commercials, where are you? Maybe it's on Shark Tank. Ah, there we go. That blue in the background, that's a lot of macro blocking. Let me adjust so you guys can see the colors or everything a little bit better. Okay, so to the left, oh, wow, my camera is not capturing that at all. Okay, well, you have to listen to me because it's so hard to capture the macro blocking there. It feels like the gradient is preserved in the U8K and the U7K. And that's also because I have smoothing on. So let me activate smoothing on the Q8 and see if that helps. Yeah, everything's already on high. Gradation clear. If I turn it off, it helps a little bit having it on. But definitely the QM8, the contrast is brighter. So it's a look that's unique to the QM8, whereas the U8K and the U7K and the Q7, they preserve a more accurate gradation contrast, but in a mode where you want to watch in a bright room from a distance, the QM8 did what I told it to do. So this is not going to be a judgment call. It's just, this is what you need to do in a bright room, honestly, is you need to do that so you can see the detail. But I'm trying to find content that is really, like, just my luck. I have great internet connection today. And normally it's the commercials. Ah, commercials, yes. Okay. Well, that'll look good. Ah, here we go. And normally it's in blue. Red is not as much of an issue. So this is a great one. So in the back, let me see if you guys can see this. That red in the back, there is a lot of macro blocking. And it's much smoother on the U8K. And this is with the QM8 having, I'm going to turn on all of its noise reduction. Actually, not this one. So we know that smooth gradient is on. Let's turn it on here. Okay, so everything is on high. Does it get worse if we turn it off? Oh yeah. Yeah, it works, but doesn't work as well as the U8K. So the U8K arguably has a better processor for low bitrate content. It is almost perfectly smooth, removing all the macro blocking on both the U8K and the U7K. And this is what we saw yesterday. The Q7 and the QM8 are similar, except because the Q7 doesn't get as bright, it's not as obvious. The QM8 gets bright, but it also kind of exacerbates that macro blocking in the red areas. So let me point it out for you guys. So right here, there's a lot of pixelation blockiness that you don't see on the U8K. So this one, processor superiority, and this is similar to what we saw with Monster Hunter, right? So the U8K does have some advantages. It has great hardware. I think it just needs better software. I think this is a good win for the U8K that I can say, hey, but if I change the mode, because we're on this sport mode, what if I put it on a different mode? Does it help the QM8? Let's say movie mode. Nope. It's a little bit better, but the macro blocking is still there. How about IMAX mode? Nope, still there. It's actually worse than IMAX. Movie one more time. Yeah. Sports. Yep. Doesn't matter which mode you're in, it's still there. So for those who want to ask, have been asking, which has the better processor, U8K does. It has a better image processor to clean up low bitrate content. But as you saw, let me jump back in there real quick. Oh, let's put this over here. All right. Let's see. Okay. So as you guys saw in Monster Hunter and here, the U8K, its processor does do a great job cleaning up bad content, but 480p is not bad content, it's just low resolution. Low resolution content, all four TVs, identical. And so when people are saying, oh, it upscales fine, upscaling is now a kind of a loaded term. What do you mean by upscaling? Are you upscaling low resolution content that's a high quality low resolution, like that DVD I have, right? Dog's Purpose? That DVD is a high quality DVD. I mean, it's a DVD. It has all the information there. All four TVs look great, and the G3 separated itself because it has a better resolution upscaler, right? But low bit rate, the G3 didn't do better than the U7K. As a matter of fact, the G3 was just average. And here, the U8K and the U7K again demonstrate that with low bitrate content, it is scaling that better. I guess the word scaling is not good. Processing, right? It's processing the missing information because low bitrate, let's say this is YouTube TV. I have it on like 480p, I think. Even though it's 4K capable, when you don't have enough information coming through the internet, it's bad looking 480p or bad looking 720 or bad looking 1080. It doesn't matter when there's not enough information. Actually, 4K would look terrible when there's not enough information, right? And I would say the U8K and the U7K, they're able to fill in that missing bit rate better than the QM8 and the Q7 and even the G3, because that's a different solution that needs to be solved. And this is where Samsung S95C struggled last, or S94B struggled last year, and apparently is struggling a little bit this year. The TV makers, when they hear upscaling, they're thinking, oh, low resolution to high resolution. they've already solved that. I think the G3 does a phenomenal job. Sony does a great job. And Sony also addresses low bitrate content. And so that's what we're testing here. So, maybe I will bring in the X90L with a new XR Clear to specifically test for this lower bitrate. Can it beat the Q7? Q7, I'd say, is average, right? It's not terrible, but it's not great. The U8K and the U7K actually is very good. And yesterday, I saw the U7K do better than the G3 with similarly bad YouTube TV. So, yeah, I'm impressed that they did something good, right? So some of these improvements worked out for Hisense. So what you got here? So what questions we got? Oh, thank you, Dean Williams. Yes, it's oops. Yeah, there's a lot of confusion about upscaling because, yeah, I mean, you guys saw how I explained that. Low bit rate is just not enough. Bad internet connection. That's low bit rate. Do we call it upscaling? What do we call it? Processing, low bit rate, right? So people use upscaling interchangeably. So when you're getting low resolution and low bit rate, it's all under upscaling. Like, but the TV has to do two different things, and it might do one thing well and the other one badly. But then you all combine it to one score. Oh, it's bad at upscaling. And maybe it's good at upscaling high quality DVD. It's just bad at upscaling YouTube content, right? So, man, it's so hard to unpack. So too bad we don't have Philips, but you make a good point. Philips TV has better processor, better motion and upscaling than TCL. If you get a mini LED from them, I'm not sure I would like the picture performance. If only we had it in the USA. We do not have the high quality Philips. I would love to have it to compare the processing for sure. So this is a good point you bring up, Van Gool. Sometimes you want your streamer to upscale. So I don't know how good the Fire TV upscaling is of low bit rate, but for sure, I've heard that the Shield does a really good job. So if you tend to have issues with low bitrate content, I'd say get the NVIDIA Shield, let it do some of that bitrate upscaling, and then let your TV do the rest. That's been the solution that many people have selected when they have this issue. Are there emojis popping everywhere? I didn't know there was an emoji limit. All right, so let's move on to the next topic we have here to compare real quick. Yeah, this is kind of fun. I guess fun for me, right? I don't know if it's fun for everyone. All right, let's see what's up. What's up? Let's go on to PS5. PS5 gaming HDR. Let's see how that works. All right, 1 second. Let me reconnect. All right, let me turn on all the game bars so you guys can see what it looks like. So just so you guys know, right when I connected the PS5, both the Hisense U7K, U8K immediately recognized it and turned on their game bars, right? So let me see what mode the Q7's on. All right. Yep, it's automatically in game mode. So let's turn on that game bar. So we're going to do a little exploration of the game bars, just a little bit. I'm not as familiar as I should be, but I think I know the basics. So we'll start with the U8K game bar. Making sure, oh yeah, let me take, and then we'll calibrate the HDR. And of course, as you know, we'll have to calibrate to one of the TVs, so I'll just choose one of them, it really doesn't matter. And overall though, we're not here to calibrate them perfectly because you have to choose one, right? And since it's on a splitter, which one is it gonna be? So most likely, I'll probably do the U8K and we'll see what happens there. Oh yeah, I know. What I'm saying is the switch, I could only match the HDR calibration to one TV. So we'll decide which one it is shortly. Okay, so quick tour. Okay, so FPS viewing is on the top left-hand corner. If I turn it on, you see 60 FPS. So let's just turn that on. I think that's kind of a cool feature to have. Let me see if you guys can see that. Here, I'll move this over so you guys can see that. There we go. Okay. Dark detail on off. If you turn it on, you get raised shadows. Oop. Oh, wrong one. So if you need to see more shadow detail, like let's say, oh no, it's black crushing, right? You turn it on and you have more shadow detail. So dark detail really means raising shadow detail. I'll just leave it off for now. You guys can change that, whatever. These are the picture aspect ratios and FreeSync on off, brightness 100, high refresh rate mode. I didn't even get to play with that, so I have no idea. If you click on menu and it takes you to the rest of the menu, HDR vivid, standard, so I guess you could change different picture modes while you're in their game mode. We'll just use, let's see, energy saving, HDR game. Maybe HDR game means HGIG. I don't know. It doesn't say anything, right? Let's go back to game settings, contrast, FreeSync is off, high refresh rate mode. All that requires a lot of playing around. We won't test that today, but we'll explore all these different things. Okay, so, and the U7K, similar, identical features on that one. So let's look at the QM8 real quick. So the QM8, similarly, you could choose which kind of look you want. Original is the most accurate. FPS is very cool. RPG mode. I don't know how they come up with these names. This one is a little bit better. I like how the QM8 does their shadow detail. Off is max blacks as they should be, or as they think it is. But if it's too dark, rather than just on or off, like you have with the U8K and the U7K, you could actually raise the shadow by levels, right? So we'll look at some scenes where you can see that pretty well. We'll keep it off for now. And then you have the aiming aid, that's important to you. On the menu, you could turn on HGIG, on, off. So this makes it very easy. You know this is HGIG. You know you're turning on or off. With the U8K, I couldn't find anything that said HGIG per se, right? It doesn't have the word HGIG. So I'll just leave it on for fun, and we always turn it off later. And okay, so let's do a couple of clicks, see what happens. So at 15, the QM8 is 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And the U7K is still going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. That's crazy the U7K is so high. So I'll just match it to the, you know what, let's just match it to, I don't want it to crush too much. I'll just go in between, right? We'll just match it to the QM8. I mean, there's no science to this. I can only do what I can do. Okay, let's take these menus off. Let me adjust the contrast real quick here. Wait, let me get to a spot where I can adjust it. Ah, here we go. Got some good lights there. Okay, so there's so much dynamic range in this scene. You could actually see the rear of the car. It looks like it's crushed, but it actually isn't. But if I raise the exposure so you can see it, then everything else looks a bit brighter. But this, I lowered the exposure a bit so you guys can see the specular highlights. I'll raise the exposure next. Actually, this is a great place to raise the exposure right here. Okay, I think the QM8 looks great and the Q7 looks great. Their image quality is really good. It feels like the U8K may be a little crushed, so if you toggle that, so let's play with the toggling. So there was that, what is that? Dark detail, right? On. So if you see, if you turn it on, okay, let's leave it on then. Now on the U8K, on the QM8, what happens is you have those levels we talked about. So shadow detail is off, right? If you need to see more of the track, see? But going all the way up to 9, you can see more shadow detail. So you could, I like the TCL because of this part. You have different levels or you could turn it off. And with the Hisense, it's either on or off. So, you know, it keeps it simple, but I like it when you have options. Like bouncing off walls here. Ooh, I like that. I'm gonna back up. Okay, there we go. I love this scene right here. Oh man. Okay, I'm gonna have to slow it down better. I'm gonna stop where you have the floodlights on top. There it is. All right, let me get a little bit closer. Oh, actually, don't look at my splits. I'm a tour guide right now. I'm in dad mode. I'm looking for the floodlights. It won't appear. Oh, there it is. Okay. Ah, no, it's not bright enough. Sorry. There. Oh, there we go. That one. It's a little bit brighter. Okay. This allows me to separate the TVs, the differences, right? The brightness, the floodlights, all that stuff. I hope you guys can see that. I'm going to lower the exposure so you can see the differences in separation of the brightness, see what kind of separation you get with the extra dimming zones for gaming. By the way, the image quality of this looks so good compared to 2 or 3 years ago. The dark shadow details are not washed out anymore. Okay. All right, let's see what we got. And which one you guys like better? I mean, I guess it's taste. I like the QM8 better. I feel like the floodlights are bright, but you preserve all the detail between each of those little LED squares in that top floodlight. The Q7 definitely there's blooming. It feels more OLED-like on the QM8. The U8K is there, but it's not as bright. And the U7K is also there, but it's the dimmest. So the Q7 is trying to get it bright, but by not having enough dimming zones, it's not as clear, each of those little squares. And I think that's what you're paying for, is all those little yellow lights on top, the string of yellow lights on top. It is the brightest on the U8K. So right now, just based on this game, I feel like the U8K gives me the best brightness, contrast, and options with that whole shadow detail from off into up to 8 or 9. And then you have the specular highlights of the QM8. It looks really good as an HDR gaming TV right now. All right, let's see what questions you guys got. I mean, obviously, there could be a much more thorough gaming, but I just wanted to just jump in there with the PS5 for you guys. Okay, let's see what questions you have. Oh, what am I misleading you guys? You understand fresh life hacks that you cannot calibrate luminance. You cannot calibrate the black. Okay, so there's only certain many things you can do to a certain degree, right? And the problems that the U8K has, you cannot calibrate it out, which was the lifted black bars. It's not that lifted. It's just the what was it? Tone mapping, you cannot calibrate. That was the issue, right? We're not even talking, it doesn't follow EOTF curve. I didn't even talk about that. The tone mapping of the U8K is simply not good. In Dolby Vision, it looks great. It actually looks better than the QM8 or the Q7. But with 2000 nit content, it could not tone map it, period. It just couldn't do it. And you cannot calibrate that back. So there's no commentary as to the U8K's ability to render color at all. It might have the best color out of the box. That's not the issue. The issue is tone mapping 2000 nit content. But to be fair, we also mentioned that Most streaming content is 1000 nit, and we saw that U8K is fine in 1000 nit content. So if you're watching the U8K and you're streaming Netflix and you're watching, the movies that are available on streaming, you will not notice any issues at all. But if you put in something that is above 2000 nits, like Mad Max, right? The scene that we had in Mad Max with that bright cloud detail, on the U8K, you're going to lose some of that detail. And you cannot calibrate that back in because it cannot tone map above 2000 nits very well. But what does that mean? It means less than 1% of the movies out there, the U8K will not do well. And so that's what I keep on mentioning is we're pushing the TVs with content that most people don't watch. But if I put it on content that 95% of the people watch, then all the TVs look great. Is that what you want? Because that's what it ends up looking like, right? When we put on 1000 nit content, it all looks the same. And I think that's why you have reviews, though, because if you want it to all look the same at 1000 nit, then get a Q7, honestly. Because the Q7 is better than the U7K, and it comes so close to U8K and 1000 nit content. Why are you paying extra? Because U8K's special power is the brightness, but we're back to, well, if it's above 2000 nits, it doesn't tone map correctly. You cannot have it both ways. So it's just something that people have to decide. But yeah, at 1000 nit content, the U8K is awesome. But so is the QM8, but so is the Q7. Only the U7K falls behind those three in 1000 nit content. Oh, speaking of Sharp Aquos, we will be having a Sharp XLED. I don't think it's called an Aquos anymore, but it's Sharp's best mini LED TV at the 65-inch size. Yes, it has about 1,000 dimming zones, maybe slightly above 1,000. I have to get that from Robert. What are the exact specs? But definitely somewhere between 1,000 dimming zones and 1,300 dimming zones is the the Sharp XLED. I was going to say Aquos, the XLED. So we'll see how it goes. Because remember, this year Sony did not release a flagship mini LED TV other than 85-inch X95L. The X93L at 65-inch is really an X95K, which means it'll have all the issues I saw last year. The blooming isn't great, it doesn't have enough dimming zones, but with a Sharp at over 1,000 dimming zones, 65-inch, could this be the TV that takes over for Sony? Because it's not going to be cheap. It'll be probably 1,800 to 2,000, possibly over 2,000. I think it'll be just under 2,000 for the 65-inch. I'll have to get that information from Robert, but it will definitely be the premium TV for cinema enthusiasts. That's what it's going to be marketed as, and so we'll see. We'll see if it could do that. I think these are all the tests that we had today, so let me jump back in real quick, and hello. All right, final questions before we get out of here. But thank you so much for those who jumped in and hung out. But yeah, and this is what we always say, hey, what is your use case, right? If your use case is just, I'm just streaming, watching basic Netflix, Seinfeld, whatever, get the Q7, call it a day. Absolutely. Because I think the U7K is not putting its 300 and whatever dimming zones to use. Whereas the Q7, every dimming zone counts. And that makes a difference to me. Okay, let's see, any questions? Here we go. Oh, here we go. Plasma TV has a question here. FOMO, please, let me put it up here. FOMO, please test flickering. I want to see at least a brightness difference. Open a colorful game to see. A colorful, you know what? The main menu of this game is colorful. Let's see. All right, let's see. Oh, quit. Garage. Maybe that's bright. Okay, this is nice and bright. Let me turn up the exposure. I know, it's not as bright as some of the other games, but I don't have those loaded. It'll take forever to get those up. Okay, get exposure back to normal. You have to tell me specifically what game or scene you have issues with, because every gaming issue is so game TV specific, right? It's like you cannot duplicate it on any other game other than the game for that TV. So, and also every TV is game specific. Some TVs are better for some games than other TVs. So you might like it for this specific game for this specific console, like, I don't know, the Switch or the PS5 or the Xbox, Series S, Series X. It's so specific. So it's really hard to make a recommendation other than this TV is bad for all games because 4K 120 is not full 4K resolution. Okay. Something like that is obvious, but when they do it all well, then it comes down to like the S95C versus the G3. You're going to have people arguing all the time over HGIG or not or accuracy. They all do it well. I wouldn't get rid of any of them, but it's definitely preference. Well, here's a good question. We'll take a couple questions and we'll be done. Monkey, here we go. Monkey D. Luffy. Is the S90C better than the QM8 in brightness and contrast? Absolutely. The S90C is so good, and I had the 77-inch for a few weeks against the S95C, the S90C, 77-inch now, indistinguishable. Other than full screen, vivid mode, watching sports, where the S95C is a touch brighter, the S90C matches it in everything else. Content, gaming, sports, whatever, where it's just normal HDR stuff, the S90C, phenomenal. Perfect contrast. It is just so good. The QM8 is not supposed to compete with the S90C. So if you have a budget for the S90C, but the QM8 gets you an 85-inch, let's say, and the S95C only gets you a 65-inch, that's a different question. You're going for immersion or you're going for pure image quality. The QM8 is good enough that for streaming content, movies, I'd go with the QM8. But if you're gaming and you want the best of everything, then of course the S90C right now is untouchable. G3, I think, is behind because you have uniformity issues with WOLED, and there are a few other, color banding in BT 2020, and you'll see that in games and so forth. But S90C and S95C right now is state of the art, and that's what you're comparing it to. So it's kind of unfair for the QM8, but 85 inches QM8, I could assume that it's good, but unfortunately, I'm extrapolating for what I'm seeing in the 65-inch. Like right now, I can tell that the QM8, the contrast in that red is slightly better than the U8K. It's just these little things that you could slightly notice. But then the Q7 did better than the QM8 in the Greatest Showman, right? The red was phenomenal on the Q7. It was like rich, saturated, it popped. So, every TV has their strength. Just move myself over here. There, that way you can see all the TVs kind of. Okay. The QM8. So this is a good question. 85-inch QM8 versus X95K. The 85-inch X95K is still a very good TV. I personally would choose, because I don't game seriously, I would still choose the X95K because my TVs, 99% of the time, I'm streaming, watching Netflix, watching whatever, YouTube, movies, Kaleidoscape. The gaming TV, I reserve for the smaller S90C, QD OLED, but just larger content consumption, the X95K is amazing at what it does because it has good upscaling of low bitrate content as well as whatever 40p resolution. It's consistent across the board, but they're two very different prices. The X95K 85-inch is still over $3,000, whereas you're saving $1,000 with the QM8. So if you watch the sports content, get the QM8. The X95K does not do that better. If you're watching more than just sports, if you're watching cinema and you're watching like Monster Hunter, the QM8 we saw fell apart in Monster Hunter, right? It could not process that flashing red light at all very well. So the X95K has the better processor for those things. And the U8K has the better processor as well. So yeah, use case. Okay, I think we're good. We're good with these questions. Have I tested the sounds of the TVs? It's so hard to test the sound, and this is why. You want volume dialogue, you want bass, balanced audio. There's so many things to score. For me, all important for a TV is dialogue. I do not care about sound effects, immersion, because it's impossible for a TV to get those right. On a soundbar review, I will test that. But on a TV, for me to compare TVs and say, hey, this one, the bass kind of sucks, it's the dialogue. Focus on the dialogue. And all four TVs, I will tell you, the dialogue gets very loud. But once you start turning up, I don't want to call it bass, but anything below 180 hertz, right, getting to the mid-bass frequencies, they will all fall apart because they're not designed to handle loud mid-bass. It will affect your dialogue. It's just focus for the TVs, dialogue, and if you need more immersion, get a $150 soundbar that comes with a subwoofer. Anything on Amazon will do, way better than any of these TVs. Now you're separating the dialogue from the bass, the subwoofer. There's none of that interference, right, and masking issues because running on the same drivers. So it is best for audio on the TVs. The dialogue on these TVs are very good and, dare I say, better than the S90C or the S95C or the QM95C or the G3. That's the strength of the Hisense and TCL TVs, is the little money that they have for their budget. They actually it feels like they put more of it in audio than anyone else. And so that's pretty impressive. So yeah, if audio is important to you to the degree that you want a good, clear dialogue, any of these TVs are fine. That is the first thing I test, and they do a phenomenal job. But subwoofer, balanced bass, that it cannot test this. It just doesn't make sense. Okay, let's see. Any other questions before we jump off? Is last year's R655 as good or better than the QM8 and the Q7? Last year's R655, the issue I had with it was its motion. Because it was Roku, I could not get the motion right. It did not have all the motion settings I needed. That was my complaint. The Roku calibration system was completely broken, but then this Google system with calibration doesn't work, so that's a wash. But for me, the motion lost it for me. At least with this TCL, I have some control over my motion, my anti-judder. Black levels on R655 was actually pretty good. The specular highlights, though, fell behind the U8H. The QM8 has better specular highlights than the R655 with the same black levels. So this is where the improvement is for the Q7 and the QM8. They've elevated their control of the dimming zones to give you better specular highlights. Last year's R655, the specular highlights were not as good as U8H. This year, all the TVs elevated their specular highlights. So the answer is, if you watch HDR content, I would still get the QM8 over the R655. The Q7, for HDR impact, I would get the R655 over the Q7 because it just has more of that brightness pop. If you don't watch HDR, you watch a lot of SDR, get the Q7. It does just as well as the other two TVs. With the exception of sports on the QM8 is very bright. Okay, I think we can wrap it up then. Let's see here. Just double checking. Okay, well, thank you all for showing up. It's, as Leo likes to say, it's time for me to go relax. And so I'm going to leave this up. This live stream is going to be up, but I will kind of repackage it and I will summarize the highlights. I might have to reshoot a few things to make sure I capture a lot of the things we talked about. But if you have any questions, throw in the comments below. If I catch it, I'll answer it, but I'm sure the answers are here. And hopefully it helped you decide on which of these four TVs you want to get. Until next time, everyone, thanks for coming and stop the FOMO.